Do we know if we have anyone still waiting outside? Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the 6 p.m. special city council meeting for January 13th, 2026. We have a quorum. If we could begin the meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Maloney?
Present.
Vice Mayor Pearson?
Present.
I heard present. I do need to see the Vice Mayor on the screen. Thank you. And do you have a statement for the remote participation?
I'm participating remotely due to medical reasons.
I'm so sorry. The audio connection is very low.
Okay, I'll turn it up. Can you hear me now?
It's not much better just yet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's perfect. Can you please?
I'm participating remotely due to medical reasons under the Brown Act.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Here.
Mayor Meyer?
Here, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public comments for tonight's items. Do we have a count for how many comments there are?
I currently have 6 speaker cards in person, and I do have 1 hand raised.
Okay. Public comment time for tonight's items will be 3 minutes each. In order to ensure that all speakers feel welcome to share their views, members of the audience are kindly requested to refrain from applauding or speaking to the council from the audience without being called upon first. This section is specifically for items that are on the agenda, and while your item is not, I'm going to go ahead and allow for public comments so we can get started.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items listed on the special meeting agenda. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted when the speaker timer expires. The first person I have is Danny.
Hello. I had a previous rather open comment that I was going to say, and I was going to direct it to the Ramirez family. I met the Ramirez family outside just now. They read what I had to say. So now I don't have to address them. I'm going to address everyone else. My first hope that one of you will ask for a future agenda item to finance an independent entity to figure out how this cover-up, these horrendous series of events, can never happen again. I originally railed against the city manager and our city's attorney's actions or inactions. I honestly don't even know why she's still here, but that's you guys. Then I thought, why didn't the DA reach out to at least you, Madam Mayor? The chief said protocols were enacted when Mrs. Rodriguez died, and I believe that was October 3rd. In the subsequent weeks, Peachman was still on the streets carrying a weapon. Evidence, including the infamous body camera footage, had to have been given at some point to the DA. Why didn't anyone reach out to you? Why didn't you and the council find out before we did, November 5th? It's obvious the system has failed me, you, and the Ramirez family. Now I will read one part of what I wrote. I have no comprehension of the pain you're feeling. I don't ever want to know. I don't know any of you. I do feel, though, that I have a pretty good sense of character. It is this feeling that I hope I can persuade you, the Ramirez family, which was easy, but you goddamn agitators, which will be here. I feel you don't want any of this. Not just the death, of course. You never intended nor expected what would occur with you doing the right thing, calling for assistance. You didn't want to bring the spotlight on any of you, your family, or Yolanda. You wanted answers. And how do I know this? Because you didn't say anything. Not to the council, not to the media. I wish I could say I was that strong. I couldn't wait a day, let alone 40, to find out why. If they wanted fame, if they wanted notoriety, if they wanted revenge, they could have released the video on September 27th or October 4th. They didn't. I, like many others, including our city council, was not made aware of anything until KTVU broke the story. I am right, and I need your help, Ramirez family. There are agitators who can't wait to see the video and to be released. Not for justice,
The speaker's timer has expired.
but to be infamous.
The next speaker is Paul.
Believe me, watch any council.
The next speaker is Paul, followed by Becky, followed by Francis.
I'm going to start with this writing. It's a quote. And when anyone builds a wall, behold, they plaster it over with whitewash. So tell those who plaster it over with whitewash that it will fall. That's Ezekiel from the Bible, one of the books of knowledge. There's no other description. Catherine Wyszynski, the city attorney, who had that paintbrush in her hand. The city manager was also the one who was directing that whitewash. And you, the city council, are guilty of standing by and watching this play out to what it is, a taint and a disgrace of the city of Brentwood. Wyszynski is leaving. Why? She said she applied months ago. I think she's getting out of Dodge, taking a demotion. That's her legacy as she leaves the city of Brentwood. That's her legacy. The city manager, you're a disgrace to the title of city manager because you are the general directing what's happened here to a 72-year-old grandmother. People ask me, why did that policeman kill that? Did she have a gun? No. Did she have a knife? No. Did she have a bat? No. She had nothing in her hands. And you have said, the city manager said, and the chief of police, he did it right. He followed procedure. He followed protocol. That's what happens when you're in Brentwood and you get pulled over or you are called. It was a spat, a hollering match between two sisters divided by the door of a house. Is that who you send out and he's still out there today? You do not know the empty chair where Yolanda should have been for Thanksgiving and for Christmas and for New Year's. You all had your mother, your grandmother. And I wonder if that thought ever entered into your mind that there's a family suffering horrifically every day, every night. A husband who has lost his partner of 50 plus years. And you have to answer for that because that whitewash wall is going to fall. And we will see who you are, truly who you are.
It's been 110 days since my mom's encounter with the police. A nightmare that we have been unable to wake up from. 103 days since she officially left us. A little over 3 months. And already we've celebrated without her my brother Richie's birthday, Halloween, my youngest daughter's 3rd birthday, Thanksgiving, my brother Kiko's birthday, my birthday, Christmas, and New Year's. 59 days overdue that the dash cam and body cam footage should have been released. And now we hear that it'll be 105 days overdue that we might finally see what happened to my mom, a whole 5 months after this nightmare started. This whole thing is so fucked up, for lack of a better word. And the way it's being handled by everyone is so odd and surreal to me. My family and I have somehow entered into the twilight zone because nothing makes sense and we still can't seem to process how we got here. What happened to my mom? It's a simple question, yet none of you can answer that. Why did it happen? Another question that is apparently too hard to answer. What did she do that was so wrong for her to be treated the way she was? What crime did she commit? Why are Peachman and the women officers still on duty? My mom did not die of natural causes. She did not do this to herself. She was not a criminal. She was my mom. My mom with the infectious laugh. If you ever tripped or hurt yourself around her, or even if she did it to herself, you better believe she was laughing. She liked to have a good time with family and friends. She always wore red lipstick and had on earrings, even if it was just to come to my house to watch my kids. She always permed her hair. She did so many little things for everyone for no reason because she loved us. She would go on field trips with my twins when I was unable to get the time off work. She always gave me a hug and a kiss every day she left my house after watching my kids when I got home from work. She got her nose pierced and got tattoos and dyed her hair blue and purple, all within the last 10 years of her life. Her and my dad were always together. Just ask anyone. I tell you this to let you know the type of person she was and who we lost from our lives. She was my mom, and we demand justice for her.
The next speakers are Francis, followed by Herm, followed by Rudy.
It's amazing that we're here again and things have not progressed since the last time we came. City Attorney Wazinski is still looking at her phone, not really listening to what's going on, I guess because things are already in place. All we really want, all that we've ever asked for is accountability and transparency. There has been no transparency. If there had been, we wouldn't still be here. It took a month after a council meeting for a police report to even be put out. It took another 2 weeks before, again, after a council meeting, for interviewers finally to go out and talk to the eyewitnesses that were there. If Peachman did everything by following procedure and protocol, I was reading the policy. There was nothing in there that said you just slap on handcuffs, whoever it is. There are steps that are supposed to be followed, and they were not followed. So, unfortunately, it seems like a cover-up to anybody who reads anything. Why wasn't there a police report before? Did they have to get a story? How are they going to spin it so that Peachman comes off being innocent? Let's not interview the eyewitnesses. No, the police officers or whoever was in the investigation that told that he was following procedure. That doesn't sound right either. So people are wondering, why are you covering up? If he was innocent, your video cam would have been out right away. If he was innocent, we wouldn't be here because then we would have seen the photo, but you can't show it because it'll show that he did not follow procedure, that he overstepped his duty. Also, the mission statement for the police is something about this dignity, being sure that they have dignity for the victims or whatever, whoever they come in contact. That doesn't happen. Rewrite your mission statement. So we're here asking again for only two things: transparency and accountability. Why are we waiting till the 28th of February to see the video? Why is it going to take that long? It's already been way too many days. Once that's shown and it shows that he did everything right, okay. So we're waiting accountability and transparency.
Just stop Herm, right? Just stop, man. Good evening to my loved ones, my family members, people, friends, pixelated ones, and robots sin corazón, which means no heart, no soul. You all know who you are, and I don't come in peace. I'm pissed. I don't know what else to say. My words have went silent in gusting winds of storms you all created. All we can do is adjust ourselves and maneuver through the storm. That doesn't mean y'all shut us up either. We're here, right? This just means what's been said is done and what's done has been said. I only have energy to rise against the machine you all created that malfunctioned, went rogue, and fucked up. My everyday calm and norm have turned into storms of turmoil. Turbulent windstorms form into spirit and heart. I'm shouting with anger and disgust. In the whirlwind of emotions, we find ourselves spinning in circles, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. We ride with these gusts of winds, hoping one day they... But as we ride the winds, your excuses and play pretend to empathize and really listen. Y'all portray great fraud and bullcrap and false positive promises. To protect and serve, that's a joke. I find myself in spiderweb of iktomi. Iktomi, indigenous word for you, is prominent trickster of killing spirits and minds, and only we ain't falling for that. Y'all created death, y'all caused harm, hurt, and oh boy, the curse that follows you all. You'll remember this very day, you'll remember Yolanda Ramirez and the entire village of people ready to rise up. All of us. Maybe one day we find the answer or the clues and riddles, Iktome, spun in the dreams, webs of trials and tribulations, death, or perhaps just an answer to your cold and turbulent ways. Maybe not. We don't know. Until then, we will continue to carry the Tai Chi Heila ways about you in our chantai. The curse and blood has been spilt and now is all in your hands. I'm Yolanda Ramirez.
The next speakers are Rudy, followed by Rich, followed by Jose.
First of all, I'd like to thank everybody that's been coming to these council meetings. The family appreciates all of you coming, and we love you all. And as always, wish I didn't have to be here. I miss my wife even more. I miss holding her hand. I miss her hugging me and kissing me. And still, you guys won't bring peace to my mind and to my soul by just telling us. I mean, if he couldn't have done it right if she's dead and you guys won't let us know. What? I don't understand the big deal. You guys hide behind protocol and what we should do. We can't do this. I'm sorry, but it rings hollow. It rings hollow to us. And we come back and say the same thing, but nothing changes. Nothing changes, except that I miss my wife more, that our family misses her more daily. You guys are lucky. You get to go home to your family, to your full, complete family, your husband, your wife, your grandmothers. Those days are gone for me and my family. And like we say, for what? Because she was yelling outside her childhood home. That's where she grew up, where the family grew up, where they've been in that house over 30 years. My wife does not need any particular reason to have gone to pick up her brother. He was waiting for her. They had an agreement to leave together. Her sister would not allow it to happen. That's what caused this whole thing, was that she didn't want him to go, and she didn't want my wife to pick him up. It was none of her business. They had a right to see each other, brother and sister. Could imagine if one of you with your brother, your sister, denying your right to go and pick up a brother or sister? No. And then to call the police, and then to have her end up dead. It boggles the mind. You guys are supposed to be helping the community. I understand that you are able to stay in office if you do the right things. I'm not sure that's happening, that you're doing the right thing. You haven't been kind or wanting to even accommodate us. And for what? It's, has he done this before? It seems like he's the boss. I mean, he did this in front of lesser officers, and they watched him brutalize my wife, and they seem to think, oh, I guess he did it. I can too, because he's our leader. Please do something.
Our nightmare became a reality on October 3rd. We withdrew care for my mom. Most of my family stepped out. They couldn't bear to watch her take her last breath. I stayed with her. I didn't want to, but I did because I know that she didn't want to be alone. She was there when I took my first breath. I had to be there when she took her last. She fought for 40 minutes. Her eyes were slightly open. The fluid in her lungs, you could hear. Her breathing. She was perspiring. She was foaming, pink sputum in the mouth. And throughout the whole time, I was holding her hand, telling her how much I loved her. I wasn't the greatest son, but she was the greatest mom. She loved me unconditionally. And she was a blessing that she was my mom, and I thank God for that. As she was taking her last breath, I was telling her how much I loved her. I felt the warmth leave her body. I saw her vital signs decrease, her breathing getting shallower. And when she took her final breath, I gave her a kiss. I told her how much I loved her, that life is not going to be the same without her. And I told her, I'm going to get fucking justice. She didn't deserve that. You guys think we're going to settle? You're dead ass wrong. We want justice. We want accountability. Systemic changes need to happen. There needs to be alternative to police presence for non-threat calls. Training needs to be better. Obviously, this sergeant, I'm finding out, 10 years, can't even de-escalate a 70-year-old woman. That's a coward. We want justice. Justice for Yolanda! 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 Justice for my mom!
The last speaker card I have in person is Jose.
Good evening, council members, mayor, and other distinguished individuals. I am here as a community member. I am here to support the family. I cannot believe what they are going through right now, the nightmare that they're experiencing. And you guys are all just ignoring the whole situation. The fact that we're dragging our feet shows that you guys don't want to be transparent. The fact that you guys are dragging your feet shows that you guys are not here to represent all of your citizens. Are you guys here to protect the police? Or are you guys here to protect your constituents and the citizens of Brentwood? All demographics, not just people who fit a certain mold or a certain demographic or look a certain way or make a certain amount of money in the city of Brentwood. Are you guys representing everybody? It doesn't feel like that. Once again, I cannot imagine the nightmare this family is experiencing right now. I work in a school setting. I work with children on the autistic spectrum, in addition to a large array of medical needs. I do not feel safe for my students to encounter the police in the city of Brentwood. This is appalling. You all should be concerned. Like I said, the fact that this 70-year-old woman is not here with us today is extremely concerning. And I will reiterate, I do not feel safe for my students in the city of Brentwood interacting with the Brentwood police. You guys need to do your job. He should have been on administrative leave. This is disgusting. You guys need to wake up. Where are your souls? Where's the empathy? The fact that this is gonna drag out till the end of February is disgusting. Justice delayed is justice denied. Shame on all of you. Justice for Yolanda. And thank you guys for the time, I guess.
I received 2 additional cards. Franklin, followed by Glenn.
Yeah, I think you've heard a lot from the family again tonight, and I'm coming over from Antioch, and I know a lot of you all have seen what happened over there. I was a survivor. I am a survivor of police violence when I was attacked in 2009, and I watched as the city did nothing until the text message scandal broke out there. And then we saw leaders actually get involved and leaders do something. And my question is, like, when are you guys going to be leaders for the family? And I know this man, Tony, I believe you're their representative. They've had actions. They've been here and there. I'm waiting to see you there and speaking out for this family, for what happened. Unless you don't care. I mean, I don't know. You're silent up here. I know that's how it goes. I haven't stuck around to try to talk to you personally. I do talk to these guys. I heard a mention of a non-police response. You know, we got the Angelo Quinto crisis response team in Antioch. I hope you all would consider something like that. And I hope you all would get these 2 off the streets. These 2 officers. I heard this last guy, and a lot of people are really upset that the guy is not off the street. You know, what happens if, lo and behold, something happens again? What if it's the same guy? You don't know that it's not going to happen. And we've already experienced it once. Last time I was here, I think the chief or someone was over here, and they had said they kind of already made up their mind in their mind. You know, we got the legal system coming up. But I'm with these guys and a lot of the voices tonight. I'm kind of disgusted with how it's been happening. I feel like we're back in the 80s or something, and you guys haven't seen everything that's happened over the last 2-3 decades with all the police interactions with people. We even had this recent killing by the ICE officer of Renee Good. You guys are doing the same thing. You guys are doing the same thing. You might not think you are, but you are. You guys should be out here demanding these answers. You guys should be, I should see you on TV saying, where the hell's the video? We want to see it too. For all we know, something totally different could happen. Everyone's speculating and it's breaking everybody's heart. All we know is there's a police encounter and Yolanda had died. Everything in the middle is like a gray, foggy area that no one really knows. And that's just leading to like sleepless nights. I'm not even related to these guys and I dwell on it all the time. I could just imagine, I can't imagine, like everybody else said, what they're actually going through, all those holidays and birthdays. You guys need to really step it up for the community if you're going to be the leaders of the community. All right, I'll leave it there.
Glenn?
Hello. Figure I'd try to do it this way than what I had to do last time because I wouldn't be acknowledged. I've taught in this town for 33 years right across the street. I've always been a supporter of the police and of what's going on here. But this is absolutely ridiculous. You've been putting a spin on this thing since the first incident happened and was reported. The very first report says she was fleeing the scene. Now, if I understand something correctly, you have to be detained to flee. To be detained, you have to have reasonable, articulable suspicion of committing a crime. The last time I heard it, arguing with your sister is not a crime. Getting up and taking 2 steps from where you were sitting is not fleeing. You can't flee if you're not detained. It's backwards. Okay? All of you, I respect you for at least paying attention to this. This lady is a piece of shit. You haven't looked up from your phone for 2 meetings. 2 meetings. I've sat here. Everybody sat here. And they've watched you look like this. What you got Candy Crush going, you got the next level you're trying to beat. You won't look up and you won't even acknowledge the people that your employee killed. Okay? I'm not going to say it's murder, but definitely manslaughter. The dude fucked up bad enough that someone died. When you have an employee that screws up bad enough that somebody dies, you should take responsibility for the fact that you hired him. And even worse, that you are continuing to support him. Your last release said, we're going to defend this. Okay? You're not saying, yeah, there was mistakes. Something happened, obviously. But the spin of, she's fleeing. She had died of natural causes. Now let's see. You go to meet your sister, you're fine. You get beat up by police, and now it's natural causes? This is the most disgusting, dirty, tricky shit I've seen in Brentwood for the last 45, 50 years I've lived in Brentwood. And I have seen, being in this job as an educator and being involved in this town, a lot of dirty, crooked shit in Brentwood. A lot of it. And the fact that all the city council, you don't just come support them. We had at the police station a week or so ago. You're in their district. You should support the people. Once you get elected, do you say screw?
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Bridget.
Absolutely, terribly wrong the way you all treat it. You're top of the list.
Good evening, Council. I have 3 statements. The first 2 will be brief but to the point, and the last will be a mantra, a chant that I would like to continue until the end of my time, and please feel free to join in if you have any respect for Yolanda Ramirez. My first statement is we want the body cam footage. It's way past 45 days, and 5 months is unreasonable. My second statement, you should be providing, at the minimum, the family with the name of the female officer who started this whole fiasco by saying she's trying to flee. So at the minimum, you should be providing that name to the family. Although you know, the minute they know it, that's going to be it. She's going to be shamed, period. And then my last, for the last minute or so, please join in once you realize what I'm saying. I want you to remember this chant. I want you to remember this chant when you're pouring your coffee. I want you to remember this chant when you're brushing your teeth. I want you to remember this chant when you lay your head down at night. I want you to remember this chant when you go to talk to your mother, your grandmother, your sister, your aunt, your friend, your spouse. Please respect Yolanda Ramirez like we respect Yolanda Ramirez. Please respect Yolanda Ramirez like we respect Yolanda Ramirez. Please respect Yolanda Ramirez like we respect Yolanda Ramirez. Please respect Yolanda Ramirez like we respect Yolanda Ramirez. Please respect Yolanda Ramirez like we respect Yolanda Ramirez. Please respect Yolanda Ramirez like we respect Yolanda Ramirez. And nobody's speaking. Please respect Yolanda Ramirez like we respect Yolanda Ramirez. Please respect Yolanda Ramirez like we respect Yolanda Ramirez. Please respect Yolanda Ramirez like we respect Yolanda Ramirez. Please respect Yolanda Ramirez like we respect Yolanda Ramirez. Please respect Yolanda Ramirez like we respect Yolanda Ramirez.
Gregory? Gregory? Mr. Osorio?
Good evening. I want to speak with regards to the civil issue because DA's office will be dealing with the criminal case, hopefully, that is brought forward. But my comments were with regards to culpability, is that all the police departments have a use of force regulation that they have in place. The problem that you run into is that they use that at times as an excuse to do harm to people, excuse to execute people. And what is called for, though, and I think what you're going to have to do once they get to the civil portion of it and how to deal with the personnel, because ultimately police, when, you know, we should all want the same thing, which is a professional police department to be run to get rid of people that don't belong there. But unfortunately, once this comes up, that doesn't happen. The police departments tend to circle the wagons and defend oftentimes. And people remain in the force who are doing harm. And like DMV, they say, for every ticket somebody got, there's 100 you should have got, which is probably true. Same thing applies to police officers. If they perpetrate one injustice, they're going to do it again. Some people enjoy that. Some people, you know, the DNA is just a little confused. But in terms of that, police are expected to use discernment, to use judgment. And so when you do an encounter, like in this case, you have a 72-year-old woman, well, automatically, you could say, well, she did this or that. I don't care unless she pulled a knife on the gentleman, which I don't think the cam recorder is going to show that, is that there would be no justification. One of our guys that had done a lot of penitentiary time told me, he said, you know what? That's the kind of thing they might have done to me when I was younger. Took my head against a window or something like that, because to fracture the base of the skull. But I want to add one other element too, and that is, police go through training. So when I say talk about culpability, they go through training, extensive training, to learn the laws, and afterwards they take an oath to uphold those laws. And so I want to introduce a concept I haven't heard before, but is that, how they do enhancements, gun enhancement, gang enhancement, where they'll add years to a criminal case. I want to present a suggestion to you, and that is there should be a police enhancement. In other words, if you as an officer are doing something wrong like that, there should be a higher degree of culpability. And one last thing I'm going to leave you with is this, is that there's a legal theory, and that is in terms of premises liability or other legal liabilities. Once you know that there's a perpetrator out there, if you don't deal with that and you come up with the second case, guess what? The escalation of that claim value just went up substantially in addition to punitive damage because negligent hiring, negligent supervision. And so I would keep my eye on this. And again,
The speaker's timer has expired. I have 2 hands raised in Zoom. The first speaker is Maria. Maria, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Maria Dominguez, and I'm a resident of Contra Costa County. I'm the immediate past president of the East Bay La Raza Lawyers Association, as well as the immediate past president of the California La Raza Lawyers Association. Under state law, the city of Brentwood has 45 days to release footage related to police encounter where someone has died. This family, this city, and this county has been forced to wait more than twice that long without an explanation. And the only explanation that I can come up with is that this city council, the public servants voted in to perform specific duties, are not doing its job. You have not held the police department accountable. You have not followed state law. And by doing so, you are creating liabilities for the residents of the city, including financial liabilities and public safety liabilities. There's national outrage as we have seen the video of a woman being executed in Minnesota by someone in uniform. Data shows that women of color are increasingly disproportionately affected by police brutality, including Black women and Latinas. Myself, as a woman of color, and as the daughter of a 71-year-old Latina who would have surely been terrified to have been treated as shown on the neighbor's cameras, I do not wish this on anyone. I invite you to let this sink in. What if this was your mother, your sister, your auntie, your wife? What would you want your city of Brentwood elected officials to do about it? Would you be okay with you and your peers not doing more to release the footage within the 45 days requirement? Would you be okay with being treated the way the Ramirez family has been treated? Would you want others to show up here to ask for accountability? I hope you never find yourself in this predicament. Justice delayed is justice denied, but here is the good news. There is nothing stopping you from instructing the police department to release the footage today, tonight, while you are in closed session. It only takes one of you. Make the motion during closed session, and for the majority of you to vote to release the footage. Make that determination. You have all of the power to do that. You are in charge here. You were voted in to be in charge. So please do your job. Thank you.
The next speaker is Together We Stand. Go ahead. I'll move to the next speaker, Patricia. Tricia, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Patricia. I'm a community advocate. I just want to say shame on the city of Brentwood. Shame on the Brentwood Police Department. To what standard of training are we supposed to accept as a community? Are your officers trained to manhandle senior citizens? Is your department trained on how to execute a cover-up? Did they train their canines to go for the head, like the woman whose head was scalped and for retail theft in February of 2020? Can the Department of Justice please address this systemic issue at its core? Because you all have dragged your legs long enough, and without a sense of decency to even apologize to the family. The family deserves full transparency and justice, and there is no amount of money that can bring back the life of a loved one. This is just a crack at the can of the worms. This is just a crack. Because why does this family have to wait through to the end of February? Why? Is that enough time for your police department to edit or cut out or mute or do whatever because it's already been 100 and something days? I encourage the community to reach out to the man in Antioch. He attended an Antioch City Council meeting about 2 months ago, and he said he has about 400 videos of police interactions with Brentwood and Antioch doing some shady shit. I don't recall his name, but he had a beard. Also, please consider investing in community programs like the Angelo Quinto Crisis Response Team that was established. The family fought hard for that life, for the life of Angelo Quinto. When is enough? How many more community members' lives does the police department have to take? My heart hurts for the family. This is a
for victims of police brutality. Each of you on this council, along with the city attorney and district attorney, have received emails from our board and many of our members, and they will continue to come as we've launched a nationwide call to action to get justice and accountability for the Ramirez family. You are all elected officials who work for us. Please know that not only us, but people across this nation are watching, and we will all remember when each and every one of you comes up for re-election. We will remember you sat silently. We will remember you left these officers on the street, kept the body cam footage months past the date, and it shouldn't have, you have shown zero empathy for the family. To the city attorney, you are leaving in order to shirk your responsibility in this, and we will not sit silent even when you leave. This case and all of us will follow. You have no business being in a position of power. The police are supposed to protect and serve, not kill. They should be held to the highest standard, and we will not be silent until justice is served. We all know that you are all at fault for this and are all responsible for the lack of transparency, and we will not stop until each of you are held accountable for your lack of transparency in this. We call on you to immediately remove the officers involved from the streets and to release the footage. We will remember your actions when election time comes, so do the right thing immediately. Thank you.
Through the mayor, I have received additional speaker cards in person. Is your direction to continue with the speaker cards?
This, as I mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, are you hearing me? Okay. As I mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, the agenda item for our closed session was actually nothing to do with this case, but, and so that meant you should not have been able to speak, but we allowed for that to happen because you're all here and you deserve the right to speak. But we also have a closed session meeting that we have to take, and we also have a regular council meeting that was supposed to start at 7, and there are people that are waiting to make comments for that and to be a part of discussions and agenda items for that. So I'm going to ask that anyone that still wants to speak can speak at our regular council meeting, just for the sake of us getting to the business that we have to accomplish today. So if I could have a motion to recess to closed session, please?
So moved.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Maloney?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson?
What'd she say?
Vice Mayor Pearson, are you alone?
Yes, I'm alone.
Councilmember Mendoza?
No. I don't want to leave either.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
I said I am alone and my answer is no.
Councilmember Mendoza?
No.
Councilmember Orlemans? Sorry, your microphones are off.
Yes.
I didn't catch Councilmember Orlemans' vote.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, can you repeat the collective vote for the record?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I couldn't hear everyone's vote. Can I go through it one more time? I did understand that Vice Mayor Pearson voted no. Councilmember Mendoza voted no. Councilmember Maloney voted yes. Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
So Mayor Meyer, you are
Yes. So we are recessed to closed session. We are reconvening our special city council meeting from January 13th. There is nothing to report out. Do I have a motion to adjourn the special city council meeting?
I'll make the motion to adjourn the special city council meeting.
I'll second.
And at this point, it's just the four of us, so can we, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
So the special council meeting is adjourned, and we are going to start the regular city council meeting. I will, as we started, I would like to apologize to everyone here that's been patiently waiting for us. There's a lot going on right now, and I realize you didn't expect to wait this long to make your comments or be here to witness what's going on, so we apologize for the delay. We have a quorum, so can we begin with a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Maloney.
call.
Present.
Vice Mayor Pearson is absent. Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Here, and please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
We are going to start with presentations. And our first one is for Willie's Bagels 30-year anniversary. I'd like to invite Economic Development Manager Ricardo Noguera and Ryan and Scotty Richardson with Willie's Bagels to join us at the podium, and anyone else from your family that wants to come for that matter.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm very delighted to announce and celebrate the 30-year anniversary of Willie's Bagels serving the Brentwood community. Willie's Bagels was originally established by the Richardson family in 1996 in downtown Brentwood at the Safeway Town Center, just across the street. In 2007, the brothers, or the family, opened a second location on Balfour Road near Heritage High School, right across the street. The Richardsons also own Salad Makers. Many of us patronize that business at the streets of Brentwood, and recently celebrated their 15-year anniversary at that location. I want to point out, and it's been growing over the past few years, that we have a number of family-owned businesses here in Brentwood, and this is just one example. So without further ado, I'd like to pass the mic over to the brothers. I know Dad, Mom are both here, but
Go ahead, Scott.
take it away, Scott.
Hello, everyone. I'm Scott Richardson. I'm the youngest brother in the family. I'm hidden on Balfour Road. I've been out there serving uptown Brentwood for about 18 years now. But we're very excited to be here celebrating 30 years of Willie's in Brentwood. We want to just thank the city of Brentwood and all of our supporters and customers for getting us to this milestone. For any type of business, 30 years is a very long time. So we're just very blessed and thankful to be here. I think our most fond memories, they don't come from all the fresh daily baked bagels, the smoothies, the coffees over the years. I think it's more of how we've been able to connect with Brentwood and our supporters and to be able to give back locally. I think that's really the memories that we hold the dearest. Our mom's legacy lives in this business. She was the original baker. And the original outreach. She started us on this journey a long time ago. All the toy drives, the give backs, the tunnels of joy, helping our neighbors, that's truly what matters the most to us. So we thank the city for allowing us to do business in this beautiful place. We thank our customers and our support of all the local people that have been through our stores over the years. We thank our staff, our bakers, our makers, all the people that have got us to this point. They are really our extended family, and they really have brought us to this day. And we're really thankful that we've been able to hire local high school students, give people their first job opportunities, and really just have our money stay in Brentwood. That's really what our motto is that if we grow, if Brentwood's growing, we're growing. So we want to continue that as we move into this next era, which we're saying it's not 30 years old, we're saying 30 years young. And with your continued support, we look forward to continuing to be a pillar in this town and a part of the Brentwood fabric for many, many years. So thank you for this time. Thank you for my family and everybody that has supported us over the years. So appreciate you guys. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for everything you do for the community. My daughters went to Heritage. We live up the street. I think you're on DoorDash now, so if you haven't tried them, you can DoorDash them.
Yes.
But thank you to you and your family.
They are definitely on DoorDash.
Yeah, thank you for you and your family for everything you do, and especially for the high school kids, which people sometimes forget about the kids, so thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I'd like to thank you all as well. I moved here 11 years ago, and the first place our friends brought us to was, you gotta come check out Willie's. And not realizing it was going to become a landmark and a household, basically, place for us to drop off our kids when they went to Heritage and whatnot. So you guys are a family household name.
Thank you.
I echo the sentiment, if I can say something. This is Vice Mayor Pearson. I just wanted to say that I'm so grateful for you all, my kids. One of them goes to Heritage, 2 go to Adams. And I also have the pleasure of another Willie's Bagel in my district. So not only do we frequent you all through the school year, but also on the weekends when we get to come by. And I'm going to tell you that your Willie's Bagel is the parent pickup, and it is a very happy place for us to make sure our kids are being well fed with good bagels and a good time. So thank you so much. Appreciate you. Appreciate your support, your work in the city. We really thank you for everything.
Appreciate that.
I will make this way shorter than that, but my all my kids went to Heritage. Well, the majority of the kids went to Heritage High School. When they come home, most of them have moved out of state. It is a must that we go to Willie's Bagel and the smoothies and the bagels and all the stuff you guys provide and the memories for the kids. That's part of Brentwood. You guys are part of why Brentwood is the way it is. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was about as long as what I just said, Tony. So you cut it out.
Spinach artichoke toasted with jalapeno cream cheese.
Yeah.
Just saying. When my family and I moved to Brentwood a lot of years ago, 16 years ago, one of the very first things we did was try to find out ways to get involved in the community. We lived close to the Balfour, sorry. And so we went in, and there was the gift card tree. And so my kids, they were going to Heritage at the time, they were young, and we had them pick someone that they wanted to buy a gift for. We did the same thing. And I remember that experience being so special because it was a really perfect example of the community we were moving into, and you represented that to us. And so it's very special memories and continued delicious memories. So thank you so much for all you do. We do have a certificate for you.
Thank you.
I don't know which shop gets, I guess, yours, right?
We have
to get to.
Thank you so much. Yeah, don't forget we're in Oakley now too. I know Oakley's, just a drive-through location. So if you're in that area, stop by.
Vice Mayor Pearson, if you could provide your statement about being remote, please.
Yes, I'm currently remote, working not from the chambers as for medical reasons that are allowable under the Brown Act.
Thank you. Moving into our next presentation, the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District Fire Facilities Update. Deputy Fire Chief of Administration Aaron McAllister will present on behalf of the Protection District.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Aaron McAllister, Con Fire. I'm joined this evening by Deputy Chief Tracy Dutter, as well as newly promoted Assistant Chief Sam Nichols, who joins the facilities team. Also with me is our architects from Shaw Kawasaki, Alan Kawasaki and his team, who have a lengthy history in designing fire stations throughout California. So I wanted to give the council and the community an update on Fire Station 90, the second fire station we're going to be constructing in Brentwood. We have some designs to show you, a little bit of information. It's going to be a little bit larger facility than the downtown station, and a little bit about what we intend to house at that location. So if we, number one. Just a little bit of a reminder, we refer to the general vicinity, the east communities, as Battalion 9. In Battalion 9, Oakley, Brentwood, Discovery Bay, we have a number of fire stations that serve the community as we work in a fluid way throughout the region, depending on where demand is, where the calls for service are. But Brentwood is not just served by the stations in Brentwood that are currently here and contemplated, but by the adjacent stations as well. So that includes 93 and 95 in Oakley. It includes 99 from Discovery Bay. And in addition to the 2 new Brentwood stations, there is a future station on the plans for Antioch that'll be near Kaiser, Antioch, and that's referred to as Station 89, that will also be available to this community. A reminder for the community as we talk about the type of apparatus that's going to be at Station 90. Our bread and butter operations, our daily operations, are engines and ladder trucks. Engines there on the left is staffed by 3 persons. Ladder trucks do not have water or a pump, but they have the large ladder. They articulate, they have a driver in the back typically, and they're like a giant toolbox with rescue equipment. So we are planning to put a ladder truck at Fire Station 90, and we're building that so that we have some future expansion capability. Just a quick moment on history. We intended to build these 2 stations together, bid them together. That wasn't possible. So this was the former Fire Station 90 site at Empire and Grant. And this is the new site. It's going to be at Lone Tree and Windy Springs. We partnered with the county to purchase 5 acres there that you see is currently vacant, looks like a field. It's adjacent to the church, and then the community, the residential community to the right on Windy Springs. And as you'll see in a moment, the fire station is going to be situated on the north portion of that lot, and it'll empty onto Lone Tree for the emergency traffic. So that's the layout of what the station's going to look like on that site. Enter off of the church driveway and enter into both the public parking and the staff parking off that same driveway. Staff parking to the rear. The station will have drive-through capability. There will be a gate, and we'll show you an image of that in a moment on Windy Springs for emergency vehicles that could return from that neighborhood and enter the rear of the station from Windy Springs. Tonight is just an overview and a general concept. Eventually, we will get to the more formal planning application and planning process. We did have a community meeting, and one of the things we heard from the community loud and clear was that fence line, the landscaping along Windy Springs, the gate. We need to pay special attention to that, and we will certainly take that into account when we submit to planning. One of the components of the station, if we could go back one of the components on the top left is a small police substation, a place to get out of the rain, a place to use the restroom, 24-hour access that doesn't interrupt the firefighters, and you'll see another image of that in a moment. So this is the image from Lone Tree, looking at the station. This view, Windy Springs, would be to the left, the church driveway would be on the right, and the emergency equipment would empty onto Lone Tree. Again, similarly, Windy Springs to the left, church driveway to the right. The station is laid out so that our residential side of the station where the firefighters would actually sleep are adjacent to the residential community. So our residential side would abut the residential side of the community. This is the Windy Springs view, the gate and the fence that I mentioned. We got some of that early community input about making that fence as high as possible, making the gate architecturally pleasing, keeping any potential light on our site so that it didn't pollute the neighborhood, all very valuable input items that'll get incorporated into the plan. A little better image of the layout. Again, there's that police substation on the top left, mostly residential. Down the right-hand side, that's the dormitory. It is a 24-hour facility. So immediately, we would locate one ladder truck at this facility. Future capacity to put an engine here, although that's not currently funded. And then the ability to put a single resource, a battalion chief or a safety officer at this station as well. So at full build out, this station will accommodate 8 fire staff on a 24-hour basis. Both engines and ladder trucks are paramedic level service, so there's always a paramedic on one of those units at all times, or on both of those units at all times. And that's a high-level overview of the facility. Myself and my team are available for questions.
I have a question. Thank you for your presentation, and I appreciate you taking into consideration of the neighbors in the city. 2 questions. One was during that meeting that you talked, the community meeting, were there any other items that the community members that stood out a little bit for them that should be brought to the council's attention that we should take into consideration? As well as the second one was some of the forward facing, and I'm only bringing this up because being on LUD so long, it kind of looked, hopefully this is not taken in a negative, like a dig, but it looked like an auto repair center. I like all the landscaping around it, but it reminded me of like a Big Five. And so what are the thoughts or processes around the white feature? Is that brick or what type of material? And I know this will come back and this is the first iteration, but and I think this is why this is good. We're having these early conversations. Do you know what material that is? The white facing portion of it is?
I'm going to ask somebody from the architectural team to come up and back me up on that. I will add that we were a little bit challenged to take into account that across the street we have big box. On one side we have residential. On the other side we have a church. So the challenge, I think, for the architectural team is to blend some of all of those together and see what fits. We're completely open. The fire district is completely open to the community and the council's input.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chief. To answer your question about the materiality, we took inspiration from the Brotherhood, the Cornerstone Brotherhood next door, which is clad in a cement board panel. Excuse me. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine, thank you.
Okay. And then we, if you remember in the rendering, we detailed it in a way that offered some shade and shadow and texture that also recalled some of the agricultural buildings found throughout the history of Brentwood, as well as from the church next door.
Thank you.
Other
and that
questions?
was that brick or was that, what was that? The white material, I don't know what that was though.
It's a cement board panel, so it's a flat yet subtly textured panel. If that makes any sense, it's a lot like the materials that you'll find on the church next door.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
You know, you asked about Vice Mayor Pearson about what the residents said, and one of the things they said is they don't want that gate on Windy Springs. So I still think you need to explore not having that gate on that residential street, just based on their feedback. The other feedback is when it came to the architecture, they were loud and clear. They did not like the architecture. And you mentioned the church. The church is next to you. We want to look like the church. And what they told me is the council that was sitting there didn't care what we said back then. We hope that you care now. So they want the architecture to look more like their houses than the church. So I think that's something you might want to look at, because when it comes back to planning and to us, I mean, we all know what happens with architecture here in our city. So I would just say that if we could address their concerns. And those are two that I remember off the top of my head from that night that I attended your feedback session.
And then on my end, I live in that neighborhood, so thank you very much for coming to our neighborhood and actually holding that community meeting. The main concern, obviously the walls, which you've addressed, they want a really tall wall. They want it to be with vegetation, not just, an ugly wall, basically. That's what they don't want.
Yeah.
The gate was a concern, and the main problem with the gate was they didn't want the access to the youth center. So I think if you can at least explain to our community that the fire station does not actually provide access to the youth center, where it's going to be a main thoroughfare, that is a huge point for them if it's a must. But if there is a way where you don't have a gate, that would be great. But that was their main concern. They didn't want access, continuous access back and forth to our neighborhood. The noise was also an issue, and I think you addressed that. So I think that's really important. And the fact that you guys are going to open that part of the roadway so you can turn, I think that was really addressed. And I think as more planning comes through with the youth center, it's going to be really important. And I know our supervisor is going to be engaged with our community. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
I was surprised to see the design. I mean, I'm happy to see the fire station there. I think this is an area that needs that resource, but I was surprised to see the design. I feel like there was a lot of conversation that happened with the last fire station design presented, and I feel like there should be some understanding of the standards that we're looking for. So I do hope that there's some opportunity to go back and kind of make it blend more with the surrounding, not just the box store across the street. That said, I think that the landscaping looks great. I do think the fence and the walls appear to be what the community was looking for. So that's great too. And I guess that's all I've got, unless there's any other questions or comments.
Question for staff, is this a rezone? It's not? Okay.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Moving into presentation number 3, Senate Bill 1383 Outreach Update from John Carlson, Solid Waste and Recycling Manager.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm John Carlson, the Solid Waste and Recycling Manager. Tonight's presentation provides an overview of SB 1383 requirements and how the City of Brentwood is planning to meet those mandates. The focus is on upcoming program changes for residents and businesses, edible food recovery, and progress on state-mandated procurement, monitoring, and reporting requirements. The law that is driving these mandated changes is SB 1383, Short-Lived Climate Pollutants Act, passed in 2016 and officially in effect in 2022. In the past, there have been some items before Council regarding biosolids. Tonight's presentation focuses only on solid waste-specific 1383 requirements. This mandate requires California to reduce landfill disposal of organic waste by 75%. City requirements include provide organic waste collection for all businesses and residents, conduct outreach and education to covered generators, establish edible food recovery programs, purchase compost and mulch and paper products to help close the loop, and inspect and enforce generators for compliance with SB 1383. What exactly do I mean by organics? Well, for the purposes of solid waste collection, organics include food waste and food scraps, food soiled paper such as coffee filters and pizza boxes, and green waste like yard clippings, tree trimmings, and landscaping and pruning debris. It does not include compostable bags nor compostable plastic, whereas these do not break down fast enough in the composting process, which takes about 6 weeks. Another component of the law the state has mandated is to develop programs to direct food that is still edible into the hands of those in need. Beginning back in 2023, the city identified edible food generators in the jurisdiction. This includes, but not limited to, grocery stores and restaurants that have food for donation. We created an MOU with the County Department of Environmental Health to implement these programs and conduct inspections, and edible food is currently going to local county food banks. So how will this affect the residents of Brentwood exactly? Well, beginning in February 2026, organics will now have to be placed in the green cart. Up until now, the organics have been placed in the brown cart and gone to the landfill. The cover of the new service guide that you see here sort of illustrates this change. This program does not affect a resident's route day nor time of collection. The organic material will now simply be sent to a different processing facility for composting. What residents will see eventually are new color compliant lids and labels. Requirements for commercial service will differ slightly from residential services. In March 2026, staff will be targeting commercial businesses that generate food waste and begin meeting with them individually to assess their needs. Businesses that did not previously have a green container will be provided one by the city, and participation is mandatory with a few exceptions for waivers. So the implementation plan for residents include an updated 2020 service guide. That's the guide that gets sent out to residents every year for customers outlining these changes. And then updating the container labels, which are for organics, garbage, and recycling. This, what you're looking at here, is the sample of the organic label. These are examples of the various new labels which are in mold labels and are blended into the cart itself. There are QR codes for direct access for website for more information. Also, the state is requiring that we change the brown cart lid to a gray color to match their color requirements and be compliant. The green and blue carts will not be changing colors at all. There is a CIP project to swap all 72,000 lids in the city. The goal is to complete this project by 2031, and the state has given us until 2035 to complete this process. The city's public outreach campaign plan includes in-person and print outreach, farmers market informational booth, outreach flyer available at the Brentwood Community Center and Senior Activity Center, print ad buys with the Brentwood Press. Digital outreach includes email communications, additional outreach through social media like Facebook, Instagram, Nextdoor, and X, website update, designated web page for organics requirements, digital ad buys with targeted ads on Facebook, and an informational video online that'll walk residents through how to recycle their organics, school presentations, and of course, we're available for any organizations in the community to provide a presentation. SB 1383 also requires jurisdictions to procure recovered organic waste products such as compost and renewable gas and electricity. The City of Brentwood will meet this requirement primarily through the purchase of compost and mulch, and will be using this material on the city parks, trails, and public giveaways of the material. City must also meet recycled paper procurement requirements, including purchasing paper with recycled content, ensuring recyclability, and maintaining appropriate record keeping. City has completed the following requirements to date: updated the municipal code, edible food recovery partnership with the county, adopted environmental purchasing policy, and trained department purchasing staff on compliant purchasing of paper, developed a system for procurement of compost and mulch to meet the targets set by the state. The city is currently working on the following requirements, which includes implementing the organic collection services for organics and recycling for all accounts, and the outreach and education plan, which I have referenced previously. The city will continue working on the following requirements going forward. They're going to roll out commercial collection programs. This will require many in-person meetings and trainings with businesses on how to use the program, compliance monitoring, and follow-up inspections, along with record keeping and reporting. This concludes my update, and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Do we have questions from council?
How much would this cost the city?
Well, we have factored into our budget the last rate study and anticipated these costs incurring over the future 5 years. So currently, our budget can handle these costs. At the next rate review, we'll see where the costs are and make adjustments from there, but there will be no rate increases for residents.
Got it, thank you. And there are no grants or any money given from the state for this, correct?
Actually, we have received some grant funding to help with coordination. We've used consulting services to help develop these plans and meet with the state on a monthly basis.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from council? Vice Mayor? No? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I would like to actually move our proclamation for Martin Luther King Jr. Day to this section as opposed to being part of consent calendar before public comments. Is Dr. Kimberly Payton on site? Yes. Would you all give me, you're welcome to join. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Payton. I always forget how loud this is. So I'm going to read the proclamation. We would love it if you would say some words as well. Whereas the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is honored for a life rooted in faith, courage, and an unwavering commitment to justice, equality, and racial harmony, guided by his belief in freedom and dignity for all. And whereas from 1957 to 1968, Dr. King traveled more than 6 million miles and delivered over 2,500 speeches, speaking out wherever injustice persisted. Through his powerful words, writings, and leadership of the historic March on Washington, D.C., he inspired millions with his timeless I Have a Dream vision. And whereas through steadfast leadership and a philosophy of nonviolence, Dr. King overcame imprisonment and adversity to effect transformative change, leaving a legacy that continues to inspire people around the world and underscores the vital role of education in overcoming prejudice and discrimination. And whereas Dr. King's enduring impact as a clergyman, Nobel Peace Prize laureate, author, and champion of landmark civil rights legislation, including the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and the Fair Housing Act of 1968, reinforces equality as a cornerstone of our democracy. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize January 19th, 2026 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and encourages residents to honor Dr. King's life and legacy by participating in acts of service that strengthen our community, dated this 13th day of January, 2026. Dr. Payton.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, City of Brentwood, for recognition for Martin Luther King's birthday coming up this Monday. On behalf of the East County NAACP, we would like to invite you to our annual breakfast for Martin Luther King. I'll put these here, you can pass them around. It's at Martin Luther King Jr. High School in the city of Pittsburgh in honor of his birthday. It is a day of service, a day of reflection, and a day that we can all look back on not only his work, but look within ourselves to see how we can carry on that legacy. I know that your work is hard as elected officials. I encourage you, at a meeting I spoke at before, to look within yourself to carry on that legacy as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask you really quickly, is the rally also happening or is that not happening this year? No. Okay.
There's also a rally afterwards.
Yeah.
At the city itself, but we all march over to it.
I haven't seen anything about the rally yet. I've only seen the breakfast. Okay, thank you. Okay, we would love to offer this certificate and get your picture.
And before she leaves, can I say something really briefly, Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
Dr. Payton, I just wanted to thank the NAACP for carrying out Dr. King's legacy of justice, equality, and service. You guys continue to guide our community, and you remain a vital partner to all of our cities, not just the city of Brentwood. So I just wanted to thank and appreciate you for advancing civil rights and fostering justice and inclusion. Thank you.
Moving into public comments. The public comment time for tonight's items will be 3 minutes each. In order to ensure that all speakers feel welcome to share their views, members of the audience are kindly requested to refrain from applauding or speaking to the council from the audience without being called upon first.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items that are listed under informational reports, presentations, or on the consent calendar, requests for future agenda items, and new requests. Comments for the meeting's detailed agenda items or business items should be made when those items are called. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. The microphone will be muted when the timer expires. The City Clerk's office did receive 6 written public comments prior to the meeting, and a summary of those comments are displayed on the screen. The first speaker I have is Robert. And I have a few that were from the earlier portion of the meeting tonight. Robert. I believe Robert may have left. The next speaker I have is Edward.
I think this is on, okay. Good evening. My name is Edward Rios. I live on Valley Green Drive. And I'm one of the last handful residents, people that were the original owners that moved in that property area since 1986. I've been there for 40 years. So I have lived there with my wife, and we have raised 4 children that have enjoyed walking to Ron Nunn School and Bristol School, and attended the Liberty and Heritage High Schools too. What I have noticed, witnessed, and in this a major increase in the street traffic both on Valley Green Drive and Central Boulevard. From when Valley Green connected to a 2-lane Dainty Avenue when I moved there, and now that it has turned into Central Boulevard and extended into Dainty Avenue, it has become a 4-lane, as you're aware. With Valley Green Drive being a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit and Central Boulevard being 35, that is not reality. What I have witnessed is utilizing Valley Green Drive from Minnesota Avenue to avoid waiting at the signal light of Minnesota and Central intersection. They then enter onto on Valley Green Drive to go to Central and then avoid having that intersection light. This has become more apparent to me as I am home and I'm retired during the start and ending and including minimal school days and commuters that work also. At my house is on the curved portion of Valley Green Drive. I cannot tell you how many occasions that I have had to avoid them as they are speeding around the curve as my house is on the curve of Valley Green Drive. And I have become aware of them. So what many of us residents, folks that are on Valley Green Drive, we have to now park our cars from our garage facing the street so that we can exit to the street, so that we can notice the oncoming traffic, especially for my house on the curve. As new families are moving into our area and walking their children and bikes rides to school, I am concerned about the worst scenarios. As most likely you're aware that there is only one 25-mile speed sign installed at the end of Valley Green Drive and Central Boulevard, yet there is not another one on the Minnesota coming onto Valley Green Drive. We are aware of the implied rule of law about living in a residence that you should be 25 miles an hour. That falls and is not adhering to that law. What I'm asking the City Council is to approve the installation of what I believe they may call, but I'm not sure, It's a flat table or these speed bumps on Valley Green Drive, preferably prior to the curve on Valley Green Drive, and place another one strategically on Valley Green Drive.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Tracy.
Hello, I'm Tracy Casamoto and I live on Valley Green. And quickly, just to pick up from where Ed left off, the speed bumps or humps really would help, although I don't believe they're something the city is usually like to do. But anyway, back to my issue. I've lived here 3 years. I just moved in. And over the first year, I had noticed the speeding, not just on Valley Green, but generally in the entire city. It's stunning, but I'm going to focus and ask right now is for immediate help on Valley Green. And as opposed to the speed humps, I would request that 2 additional speed signs be added. There's one speed sign that's on Central when you make a right onto Valley Green. And that particular sign is located where it's semi-obstructed by shrubbery or a tree, or, you know, if the tree's too long and then there's a bush there that kind of grows up. But the main problem with that particular sign is that when you're going to turn right onto Valley Green, you're waiting for the people, you know, making sure people aren't merging left onto Valley Green from Central. You're waiting, making sure the traffic coming down Valley Green, and you're also making sure that the people coming from Wintergreen, you're looking for all this activity, which is all in close proximity. In the meantime, you've passed the sign, didn't even know it was there. So I think that particular sign needs to be relocated to some other area, perhaps another sign on the other street or the other side. I don't know, but we only have that one and you miss it. And then Ed mentioned the sign on Minnesota doesn't even exist. So, but I would like one midway. And I think I was told that several years ago that regarding traffic, that there was this radar, you know, trailer, and it was put there. And of course, people see it from a mile away, slow down to the limit. And then once the trailer's removed, it goes back exactly where it was. So those are pointless. But I also want to separate myself from the email that we circulated and emailed to the city. I feel that additional police patrols are definitely and desperately needed as crime increases and as to safety, traffic safety. I've been under the impression that a 5th beat has been approved. The funding or something has already been approved 5 years ago. And I think if we had that.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Dan, followed by Paul, followed by Travis.
Having never done this before. Yeah, what I'd like to bring up is the fact that, I'm sorry, police chief, but you have all these young people on these electric motorcycles and scooters. They're on the street, no helmets. I'm a motorcycle rider. If I get on my motorcycle, I have to have a helmet. They're running stop signs. They're not paying attention to speed limits. The kids on the scooters are going down the sidewalks full blast, not paying attention. As a matter of fact, the other day, there was 2 of them talking to one another as they're going down the driveway, as down the sidewalk. Can we do something about that? I don't know, but I hope we can. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, Mayor, City Council members. I know you've missed me. Anyway, just real quick, I have two quick things that I want to speak out here. Now that we have a new city manager, I want to bring to his awareness the promises that he made to the Brentwood Veterans Memorial Building that final permits and occupancy will not be allowed in that new fire station until they have built the obligated handicap parking at the back and installed the shed or built the shed for us for our storage that they said that it would be done. On a personal level, I have absolutely no trust whatsoever that that will take care of if they get their final approval and they get their occupancy letter. There's just no doubt in my mind, given some examples of what we've seen here over the last year in discussions on the fire station and the impact on the community. So I wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Mr. Duffy, I don't know if you're privileged to that. I want to bring that as a reminder because that promise was made to us and that's very important to us. Second, I was just listening to the battalion chief talking about the new fire station on Lone Tree. And again, one of the biggest issues that we had in downtown was maneuverability issues when the school, which is getting bigger, downtown traffic, and kids everywhere, we're now going to allow them to put a fire station on Lone Tree where you have 3 lanes, and anybody's been on Lone Tree between 2 and 5, 1 and 5 eastbound knows what an absolute nightmare that is, where there's 3 lanes going into 2 lanes, and one of those lanes goes dead east and the other goes north on Fairview. I think that is something that was overlooked when that traffic is bad and you've got all 3 lanes of that merging and packing up. If we have a fire emergency, it'll be very interesting to see that giant cluster undone for people to get out of the way as they're supposed to for emergency vehicles. So I'm not sure what the traffic is on that. I have not delved into that or read into that yet, but I certainly think that needs to be a serious consideration. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
The next speakers are Travis, followed by Donald, followed by Oksana.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. It's been a hot minute since we had the opportunity to just have a little fireside chat. I don't think there's any ambiguity as to where I stand on Firehouse 94 and its currently designed location in downtown. But as we are occasionally forced to eat our vegetables, my compatriot back there, Paul, had made a mention, kind of stole my thunder. And that promise that we were going to see the full permit executed, completed, bows on the buildings before occupancy permits were issued, were made to my partner, Donald, of the Marine Corps League, and myself, as we sat with the previous city manager. Those requirements were not ours made up. Those requirements for those facilities were insisted upon by the vice mayor, probably the one string of commentary that night that I could actually get behind. The other issue that I'd like to bring up is each time I came here in the lead up of the decision that was made, I made at least a tacit mention that the county has been on a tear over the decades of figuring out how to separate veterans from their halls, because that is usually on someplace that is a valuable property. I'd like to announce tonight, for those of you who may not be aware, because we don't live in Richmond, but that the Veterans of Foreign Wars Charter was picked up from their county veterans facility in December by our district commander, because that particular post was unable to arrange amicable meeting conditions for the veterans that hall was designed, purchased, and delivered to serve. I still believe that there is an eye on our hall, our community hall, our Veterans Hall. And while the county may have their thumb on it, the fact is it's there for us, for the veterans and those who are in the community that support us. We are still here. We are not going anywhere. Our charters are not at risk. But the county is still looking to figure out how to separate us from it. So when I say there's a storm coming over this issue, rest assured, it has already happened yet again in this county.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I will keep this quick because I know that you're very tired and I don't want to keep you too late. Reiterate what they said, double tap on that, and just let you know that to date, the county has not come to us to talk to us at all about the storage. And they understand that it's a part of the requirement that council had put in for the occupancy permit. The fact that they haven't come and addressed us at all with that is obviously concerning. It should be concerning for them, but I feel like they think that they're just going to get the occupancy permit without having to provide us with the adequate storage. That's all.
Madam Mayor, if I can make a comment, I know council members can after a public comment.
Yes, go ahead.
Can I instruct that we've had, I think now 4 of our veterans who are very active in our community come before saying that they haven't heard from the county. Is it possible that we can instruct, if the city manager would have someone from staff to follow up with them and to start up the process of negotiating what the timeline is for that, to honor our commitments that we made regarding the storage, the handicap space, and the certificates of occupancy. And then if we can get an update confidentially as a council to kind of find out how that narrative is going, I would really appreciate that.
If you wanted to approach and speak.
Madam Mayor, Council, the Fire District will honor all conditions of approval that are in our permit. Our architects have been working on the designs and drawings. We're going to bring those to the veterans. Our construction timeline is going to run this entire calendar year, so we have plenty of time. But we will honor all conditions of approval, which includes the building and the ADA parking.
And Chief, I appreciate that comment. My specific ask was, it wasn't about thinking whether the county will or whatnot, well, fire, I'm not even talking about the county. It was primarily if a member of our staff, because apparently they're not getting communication. So if a member of our staff can kind of mediate between the communication so that they know what's going on, the status and the timeline, then that would be really great.
For the record, G. Errol Duffy, City Manager. Vice Mayor, I will certainly reach out to both the veterans and the County Fire Agency and provide updates to both of them.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Other comments? Amanda?
Oksana?
Good evening. Oksana here, and I actually just wanted to say thank you for agenda item F2 that's coming up. It's the Religious Freedom Proclamation. Some of you have heard my testimony and some of you may have not, but you know, I came from the Soviet Union in the 80s, and my family was fiercely persecuted for being Christians, and my grandpa got rescued by Amnesty International, and they were able to get us out. And so I just appreciate America specifically for being able to practice our religious freedoms, and that we are able to still honor and practice that. KGB used to raid our homes for having Bibles in our house. It was anti-revolutionary. It was against city policy to have Bibles in our homes, to host Bible studies. And so I just wanted to say thank you for that. And if you guys don't mind, I would just love to pray for our city, just to bless it, just to bring God's peace and presence. There's been a lot of tension politically on every level. And so I would just love to invite the Holy Spirit. Lord Jesus, I thank you for your word that says, blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. And so, Lord, I ask for your presence and for all the children of God, the peacemakers, to come into the city, Lord, to come and to bring peaceful resolutions, Lord, into this town. There's always creative solutions, Lord. I pray for every department, every level, every supervisor, every leader, Lord, for your anointing to just come and break every yoke and chain. And we just declare that no weapon formed against our city will prosper. We are a city on a hill. And Lord Jesus, I declare every demonic assignment that's dividing us by race, genders, creating strife, bullying, witchcraft, Lord, ungodly control, to go and leave this city hall in Jesus' name. Lord, we declare peace to come upon our city. We declare peace, the Prince of Peace, Holy Spirit, Jesus Christ, to be in our towns. We bless the city. We bless our leadership. We bless every person and staff that is representing our city in Jesus' mighty name. And just a separate question, agenda item G5, do you know if we're going to be moving that? It was moved the last 2 times.
I'm sorry, we're not responding to public comments, but we could respond to a comment during that item unless somebody, I didn't actually hear what the question was.
I was just wondering if it was going to be moved or not, because I've been here the last 2 times and it was moved last minute. And so just wanted
hard to say.
If I
It
should
is hard
stay
to say.
till 10:30.
That's kind of unfortunately the problem with the last minute choices, depending on how other things are going for the night. So I'm sorry, I can't tell you more than that.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is D. Yes, ma'am.
I thought you forgot about me. Good evening, Madam President. Sorry, Mayor. I'd like you to be president. What can I say? Council members and staff, many of you who I've gotten to know this last year a lot better. I could probably shine a little bit of light on our supervisors, personnel. Chris, that was working with the veterans out of Birch's office, has left, gotten a new job, and Claire is now the point person. So I've also been dedicated as the Veteran Service Organization's point person. So I've come together with them already. We've already had a little bit of a little rocky start with them, the office saying that they haven't received anything from the veterans ever. And I said, well, that's not true. We've been giving you information. And then our meeting came and they had paperwork from 2024 that was about our wish list. And so we are working through that. I will reach out as well and would like to talk with you as well. But I think that on what Councilwoman or Vice Mayor Davis has said, that's where that communication breakdown is probably coming from. So hopefully we can continue to work forward with the staff and get what was promised. And also because our Veterans Building, Memorial Building is used so much by our community that we're able to make it a beautiful place for all the use that it gets with all of the events. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards in person. I do have 2 hands raised in Zoom. Cynthiana, go ahead.
Good evening. I am not able to see my timer, so I would appreciate if that can be displayed for me. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I have it displayed how it normally is, so I apologize if you're
Okay,
unable to.
so can we reset at 3 minutes?
Absolutely, and I'll give you a 30.
Okay, I really appreciate it. It would have been amazing to have 5 minutes because there's a lot to talk about, especially, residents being insulted to wait 2.5 hours to provide public comment on very important life issues around our city. But okay, we'll go with 3 minutes and I can still not see my timer. I am here to support my fellow residents on Valley Green, and shout out to Tracy for her passion and organizing her neighborhood in this very important quality of life issue, traffic, noise, and nuisance around our city. But I would like also to remind this council that Lone Oak issues continue to be ignored by the council and city staff. Our neighborhood along the Lone Oak Road has been struggling with serious traffic problems for several years. We have repeatedly brought up the issues via email and in person since 2019. Here's a quick recap. In 2019, a large scale landscaping business started operating in the middle of now our residential neighborhood. Heavy duty vehicles, large delivery trucks, and many employees at this location became the norm on our street, creating traffic noise starting at 4:30 a.m. until 6 p.m. sometimes. The city did not take any action or provide resolution for over 1 year, and we were forced to hire a lawyer to represent us. Only then did the city acted, and even then we had to endure the presence of that annoying business for another half a year. Needless to say, it was an unsafe environment. Cut through traffic from O'Hara and to Grand Street and Brentwood Boulevard always create a very unsafe environment for our neighborhood. It became critical during the COVID shutdown when the only option for exercise gathering was outdoors. We do not have a park in our neighborhood, thanks to previous councils. So our children play in the street. Our neighbors walk their dogs, exercise on a 17-foot wide street without sidewalks. I cannot see my timer still. In 2021, the city conducted traffic monitoring for 24 hours, reported 145 cars
30 seconds.
on our small street with, well, I cannot see my timer. I don't know how much I can say. So I reclaim another 2 minutes, please. I insist.
I can give you another 30 seconds.
Oh, well, that's not enough, so too bad. Have a good evening.
The next speaker I have is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you. I didn't really know that I was going to have the opportunity to speak tonight, but there is something that's been on my mind lately. It's these flock cameras, I guess we're getting, that we're spending quite a lot of money on. I'm concerned. I've been reading a lot lately about other cities having to uninstall them because of multiple security issues, problems. These things basically, I've been doing a little looking at them, and they're not very well secured. They're running a very old version of Android. The long and the short of it is, if you just go and Google, you can see that these things are being uninstalled or contracts canceled in several places around the country, and including important places in California. And there's some question in California right now, as far as what happened in, I think, Oregon or Washington State, that the contents of these videos has been declared public record, and anybody that wants to can put in a PCRA and just go and get them. And so I understand the desire to have criminal tracking, but we're just tracking everybody, and it's indiscriminate. My primary concern is that at the end of the day, Brentwood may have spent all this money for a very expensive system that's being promoted by somebody who looks kind of like a huckster, and it could be a very, very expensive mistake if we end up having to uninstall those things. So I would certainly hope that somebody at the city will look into these various issues on them, and possibly I'll follow up with a letter, or if somebody just wants to reach out to me. But it's really alarming. And again, I don't want to see the city end up having to spend a bunch of money on something that we're not going to be able to keep. Thanks.
I have no additional hands raised or cards in person.
Thank you. I would like to address concerns about traffic because there's an agenda item coming to a February meeting regarding Lone Oak that is, it's supposed to be all-inclusive for the issues that have been proposed, or excuse me, brought forward. I'm wondering about, and this is something I brought forward with Councilmember Mendoza, if that could be expanded more into a citywide with specific neighborhoods mentioned. I know, Harold, you also mentioned the VMT study that's going to be done. I know that we've got lots of questions about the Fifth Beat, which has already been funded. Is there a way to combine this into one all-inclusive kind of item, or do these all need to be addressed separately? And I'm mentioning Valley Green, of course, too.
I can speak to the VMT presentation that we're planning. You could the traffic discussion as a citywide. You know, we can definitely cover.
And sorry, I'm sorry. Can you explain to the audience what a VMT is? Sorry.
VMT is short for vehicle miles traveled, which is a measure that we use in the city when we evaluate traffic impacts currently under CEQA. So. The plan was to present to council what it is and explain the possibility potentially of the city developing their own thresholds as well. So a lot of information to go with that, but I really think it could be maybe delivered at the same time, maybe two different items, but yes, we would be more than happy to present on traffic issues as well.
So your suggestion is to have one item on traffic issues throughout the city and one on VMT? And what about the public safety issue of the Fifth Beat? Is that part of that same discussion, or is it separate?
Would defer to police.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. The intent is to provide an update on the Fifth Beat model at a future, as a separate item, at a future meeting, I believe March, April.
Yes, Mayor and Council, I think also too, one of the things that staff will do is we'll take the comments that we've heard tonight and we'll have engineering look at the current conditions and provide some sort of a future analysis, but allow us to take the public comments, look at the data that we have, and we can schedule something in the near future.
So for the agenda item that's already planned for February, that's to address Lone Oak, could that be expanded or no? I mean, I can do that. I can make that my future agenda item to expand it. I know it's already been approved to be added to February.
We can expand it, but I think what's one of the most important things is we need to make sure that what we bring back to you is a thorough analysis beyond just the issue at hand, but how we can, what data we can use to try to find out a model to resolve and provide options.
Okay.
So we can certainly start the discussion, but I think we want to come back with some solutions also.
Yeah, and I want to say too, if it needs to be, they need to be separate for them to get the most attention and specified kind of mitigation problems against the problems, I'm okay with that. I just thought since we've been hearing a lot about traffic, public safety, I know we're working on VMT, and I thought if there was a way to combine those into something really comprehensive, great, but if not, I just want the problems addressed.
We can take them one at a time.
Can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
So, not talking about the Fifth Beat, just about, so we've had this Lone Oak issue for a couple of years now, I think. So a lot of the work has been done on Lone Oak. So because I'm sitting here thinking, if we wait for anything else, is that going to delay our Lone Oak issue?
Yeah, I still want it to be February. So
Okay,
if that's the case,
so that's still, okay.
for sure I want that to be
That's what I was-
February.
okay.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask for an agenda item today for an update on the Fifth Beat and to see how many of those personnel members we have already hired, what's still pending, and if there were any type of alternate methods that we can use our personnel to, do we need a Fifth Beat necessarily? Because a lot of the issues that are coming to us are problem-oriented. And if you have one extra person to beat a shift, I'm not necessarily sure how well that would work. So I just think that we need to make sure we're doing the best thing for our community.
Is that part of that March agenda item then?
I didn't know it was coming back in March. I was gonna ask for it,
Okay.
so.
Okay. Any questions on any of this or comments from staff? Okay.
And maybe, and I'm sorry, Faye, maybe you can ask him like what other stuff we were talking about separate to all of this, and then he can just, yeah.
I'll have a private conversation.
Okay. I am going to move informational reports to the end of the agenda. I'd like to do that right before the future agenda items section, just so that we can get moving into some of the other items that we've got. And I think also I'm going to be considering moving that on a permanent basis. I think tonight it's important to get to these other items, but I may look at doing that more permanently in the future. Do I have a motion or any questions on consent?
I'm ready to make a motion if you're ready. So motion, unless anyone would like to pull an item, a motion to adopt the consent calendar. Second.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Could we just real quickly get Amanda to read the ordinance title, please?
Yes, it's an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 17.725 of the City of Brentwood Municipal Code, Affordable Housing. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson?
Besides my dog in the room, I'm alone, and I vote yes.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
Councilmember Maloney?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes, and the motion passes. Thank you. Moving into business items, item G1 is Casey Weichert, Director of Public Works, will present this item regarding the purchase of 5 additional replacement vehicles, 1 new vehicle, and authorize the city manager designee to execute any necessary associated documents, and he'll move into details.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is a request for approval to purchase 5 vehicles through our existing vehicle replacement program and to purchase 1 new vehicle. The specific vehicles being requested to be replaced are in the police department and public works and include 2 police interceptors and an Explorer, a street sweeper, and a front-load garbage truck. Each of the vehicles being requested was evaluated for compliance with the replacement criteria in the vehicle replacement policy. 1 vehicle on this list, the Police Explorer, is just shy of meeting the criteria for replacement, but staff is still requesting this vehicle for replacement, but the vehicle will be kept and used as a pool vehicle, which means we'll continue to use the vehicle for likely several more years before it goes to auction, but we will no longer accrue additional replacement funds for it. This Explorer will take the place of another pool vehicle, which was purchased in 2013, which will go to auction. The new vehicle being requested is a solid waste roll-off truck. As detailed in the staff report, the actual cost of the street sweeper and the front-load garbage truck was significantly higher than anticipated when the vehicles were originally purchased. Because of this, the replacement fund was not able to accumulate sufficient funds to cover the entire replacement cost. And in order to cover these additional costs, staff is requesting an amendment to the 25-26 Vehicle and Replacement Fund operating budget. So that's a brief summary, but staff's specific request tonight is that you approve the purchase of the 5 replacement vehicles and 1 new vehicle as detailed in the staff report, authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents for a total not to exceed amount of $1.6 million and amend the 25-26 Vehicle and Replacement Fund operating budget by $356,000. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have questions from council? I have one. The increase is, as you mentioned, very significant. And I felt like one of them was 127 or 127,000. The other was 228,000. The description for described what the increase was for was the same for both items. And I wondered if we could get a little bit more details about what those increases came from.
Sure, so this is a little bit technical, so bear with me here, but those 2 vehicles are large commercial vehicles, and they both come on what's called a chassis, which is essentially the base of a semi-truck. So there's only a couple of manufacturers of these chassis that I think Peterbilt were a couple of the large semi-truck manufacturers. So we purchased those chassis. We don't purchase them. A garbage truck company purchases those chassis from the manufacturer, and then they build the garbage truck on top of that. The garbage truck companies can't get those chassis right now for a couple of reasons. One was the supply chain disruptions that happened in 2020. They just stopped building as many. But the real driver has been the CARB requirements from the state that say all the clean vehicle stuff that we have to comply with. They just don't manufacture enough of those specific chassis to meet the CARB requirements. So the supply of those is very limited, and those companies can charge through the roof for them. That's the vast majority of where those additional charges come from.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Okay, moving into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I do not have any public comment requests in person. I do have one hand raised in Zoom. Rod, go ahead.
Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, just quickly, I was just briefly looking over the staff report for this item. I didn't see any mention of electric vehicles at all. And so I did a little quick look, and I did note that electric vehicles of the type that you're looking at, especially the garbage trucks, do cost a lot more up front, but they save a ton of money when you don't have to buy all that diesel and you can buy electric basically at a commercial rate and fuel and just put the electricity back in at a depot. And so I didn't see any kind of really financial analysis or spreadsheets or anything like that to where the costs were calculated. And it might be a little bit late this time, but I think in the future it would behoove the city to look at their electric auctions, see how much they can save over the life of the equipment. And this is an operation expense. And so I understand that you put up more up front, but financing might be an option there to still realize those savings, but smooth over the upfront outlay a little bit. So yeah, I'm pretty disappointed not to see any electric vehicles in there. And even on the cruiser side, there's a lot of people doing upfits now on electrics. So I think in the future we should be looking at that. Again, the cost savings are tremendous. And as for police cars, electric vehicles are so quick off the line that they're great for traffic enforcement, or if you have to chase after somebody, they are the best vehicle for that. So do appreciate your listening. Thank you so much.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Moving into council discussion.
I just have a quick question. We're spending a lot of money on solar panels, I believe. Like, we're spending a lot of money on this equipment. Why don't we have more solar vehicles being purchased? I guess Casey.
Sure, great question. We would love to buy more EVs, and we actually had to remove 3 electric trucks from this staff report last minute because they were Ford Lightnings, and Ford recently announced that they are discontinuing those, and those are no longer available. So we have to go out and bid a different manufacturer, but we will have some electric trucks coming to you, hopefully in the very near future. We are also would love to buy electric garbage trucks. There are some manufacturers that make them. We haven't been able to locate one that has the side load split body options that we have. So it's not compatible with our current operations, and it would require us to spend an exorbitant amount of money adding bodies and routes and completely changing our operation. So we are on the lookout for that. We would love to have those, but they just don't fit our needs yet on the market.
Thank you.
Other discussion?
I'll make the motion. As set forth in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving the purchase of 5 replacement vehicles and 1 new vehicle and the accompanying budget adjustment.
I'll second.
Roll call. Vote.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson?
I'm alone, and my vote is yes.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
Councilmember Maloney?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes, and the item moves. Thank you. Item G2, Casey Weckert, Director of Public Works, will present this item regarding out-of-service area agreements.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. Staff is bringing this item forward tonight to initiate a conversation related to providing city services outside of city limits. This doesn't happen often, but from time to time, we do get requests for services outside city limits. Generally, those requests are related to the enterprise services, meaning water, wastewater, or solid waste. Currently, the city has one agreement in place to provide services outside of city limits. That agreement was put into place in 2019, and it allows for the purchase of up to 120 acre-feet of recycled water annually for an olive orchard off of Balfour Road just west of city limits, shown in the map here. The reason staff is bringing this item tonight is because we recently received a request for recycled water service in a similar location, also to the west of city limits. And before staff considers this request, we'd like to solicit council's input and direction. We feel that there would be a benefit to having some policy guidance related to this issue, and we'd like to take this opportunity to get your input and answer any questions that you have.
Questions from council? Okay, moving into public comment.
At this time, members of the public are permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I have not received any any speaker cards in person. And I do have a hand raised, 3 hands raised in Zoom. First speaker is Cinziana.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Hello?
hear you.
Yeah, can I see my timer, please?
And at this time, I'm actually having technical difficulties with my
Yeah,
timer.
it looks like it. That's okay. Training is available online. Anyway, this item should have not even been accepted on a city council agenda, just because Measure F has been rejected, Measure L has been rejected, and if city staff or any council member for that matter doesn't understand that Brentwood residents do not want anything to do with areas outside the urban limit line, they should resign, or for the staff or for city council members, they do not have a place on the dais as of now. This cannot happen. I do know and I do understand who is behind this item, and a special interest will not prevail as long as I live in the city of Brentwood. And we have a very big coalition. Residents want to keep Brentwood and not expand urban limit line and not offer facilities and all kinds of services to special interests that can in turn, I'm really referring to developers who proved time and time again that their word cannot be taken serious. They always lie just to maximize their profit to the expense of the residents of Brentwood. So please take this item off the agenda. Don't even spend our time as residents and your time as our representatives, city council members. Please don't even consider this item and move on. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Amanda. Yeah, I was reading this staff report a little bit. It seems to me like staff is asking to be able to approve out of the city requests for city services without coming to the city council. And in the staff report, it does mention that in the past, all of these have come to the city council, as few as there have been. And I did note in the staff report that they're predicting that they don't think that there's going to be a whole lot of them, so why not, right? But the ability of anybody to predict the future of Brentwood, given all the things that I've seen changed in the city of Brentwood, as the population has really exploded here in the last couple of decades. I don't think that we can go by that. And I do think that these kinds of deals um, could in the future be very large. We don't want to see staff just enabling massive construction on our borders without public comment. And as you can see tonight, I'm here making public comment. I should again mention I am on the planning commission, but I speak for myself here. I believe public comment is important. I think that the public must always be considered when we're talking about the future of our city that we pay taxes for. And I don't think that we should be doing anything like this ministerially. I think that the public must always be involved. And the only way to involve the public is through a properly noticed meeting under the Brown Act and with discussion and public comment with either the planning commission or the city council. People can come in, they can see what's going on, they can make comments, they can plan about it. It's just that staff, the workings of staff are too opaque for the public to understand what's going on. And I think this is just a bad idea all around. Thank you.
The next speaker is Marisol. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you to Cynthiana and Rod for all your details. Basically, what I was going to say is the city residents have overwhelmingly voted against expanding the urban limit line, and anything to do with the urban limit line, we don't want to move it. Please, city staff, look at how we have voted in the past. There is no reason that we should be giving these resources or any of our resources outside of our city limits. And if so, it does need to have a very comprehensive look and not just a one night vote like it is tonight. So take it off. Don't even discuss it. Say no. Let's move on. The city residents have voted overwhelmingly now, I think twice at least, has said Measure F, Measure L. There's no reason that this should even be a discussion tonight. So I hope that it's taken off and it's a no. Listen to how the residents have voted in the past. So thank you very much.
I received one speaker card. Oksana?
I think I might be one of the few residents that doesn't think expanding the urban line is just as crazy. I think that many times as Brentwood citizens, when county decides on plots that are right neighboring our city, we have less of a say. We have to go to the county, we have to do more work. And so I actually believe having some expansion in certain areas isn't a bad thing, because at least we get to have a clear say into those plots of land. I know we are getting some buildings that we didn't really want from the state because of their policies and stuff. And so when we start to include county into this, and it's literally bordering us, might be one of the few crazy ones that says maybe some plots are okay to expand into.
Can I ask a quick question before, we're done with public
I
comments?
have no additional cards.
Okay. My question is, since we have started this item, do we officially need to finish this conversation? Is that how that works?
The council is not under any legal obligation to move forward with this tonight. I think staff was just hoping for council direction for when and if a request comes, but it's not as a result of any particular application that currently needs input. Casey, I could be wrong.
Madam Mayor, can I add something?
Can we get Casey's answer real quickly, and then yes?
That's correct. We don't need any action tonight. We just want to know if you guys want us to set a policy around this, and we're happy to take that policy in whatever direction you want.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I kind of want to talk about it to set a policy that the utility extensions are de facto growth decisions that undermine Measure L. So I'd like to make a policy so that they don't, so that city staff knows clearly that, I mean, I don't know what the other council thinks and we can discuss it, but I'd like to have a discussion to talk more about how how these like the utility extensions will lead to the extension of the urban limit line, and that's not what our residents want. So I want to make it clear and abundant not to just throw this off because it's just going to keep coming up. Or I don't want anybody who's new on staff or anything else to go ahead and set a precedence where the urban limit line will have to be extended. So can we have the discussion, Madam Mayor, so we can knock this out?
Yes, we can have
Thank
the
you.
discussion. Other comments? Go ahead.
I mean, I have some comments.
Yeah.
Like Vice Mayor, I'm totally against this. And it's interesting that this project was put on the agenda as an example because I have been following this project because it's the same developer that wanted Measure F back in the day. The other thing I find weird about the agenda item is it says that staff has no additional details relative to development, but this is Mickey's wife's project, right? So like Mickey used to work here, so it's not like someone hasn't talked to Mickey about this project, which is weird to me that it says staff doesn't have any, so has no one on staff ever talked to Mickey or his wife? Because I talked to Mickey about this, so if I had talked to Mickey about this, I'm sure other people talked to Mickey about this. So that just felt a little it just felt a little weird that it says staff has no additional details because there's also a document it's an 18-page document with details that I found in like 2 minutes. So I just wish you just hadn't even mentioned the project because it just felt a little weird because it's there. And it does talk about water. They're going to get their water from Contra Costa Water District. And I think we should let them deal with Contra Costa Water District. The other thing that concerns me is, again, it's a slippery slope, I feel. Like as soon as we start giving one service, then we'll maybe start another service, then we'll start another service, which is then goes like Vice Mayor Pearson said, it negates us even voting. Measure F was like 60% and Measure L was 71%. And while you do want expansion, the majority of people in Brentwood do not. We don't. And if this is 4 houses, but let's not forget that the state bills allow them to add, I think like up to 4 ADUs. So you could now have like 4 times 4, 16 plus the 4, 20. And these, I mean, this is going to add traffic to our road. It's going to add kids to our school. And that's what our discussions are always about. So I'm not about making anything easier for developers. They're making 25 to 30 points margin, and you can review a publicly traded P&L. So I don't need to make anything easier for them because they're not making it easier for me. So that's, I agree. I don't want to do it either. And I wish that sentence hadn't been in there because that's a pretty easy 18-page information to find pretty quick.
Other comments?
I'd like to know what the process was the last time that they requested this service.
You mean the property on?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't have all the exact details of the process, but it had to go through LAFCO. This happened with Bailey Graywall and Chris Ehlers, I believe, back in 2018, 2019. It might have been Mickey and Chris Ehlers, but that process happened through LAFCO and ECCID and the city of Brentwood all agreeing to provide that recycled water. I know in part it was done mainly because the water line that used to supply the Riding Ranch Golf Course ran right by that property. And it was just conducive to doing that, and it was easy enough project to do. I don't know what the logic behind it at the time was, and I don't know any other details other than those dates.
And from what I understand, it was a council vote for that to actually occur?
That's correct. It had to go through LAFCO and it had to go through council.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And I would have to say I agree with all of you. The voters have spoken. I'm not interested in anything else. Thank you.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Yeah, part of the presentation you talked about not just the water, but the solid waste pickup. That would be problematic with all the contracts that the county already has with solid waste product pickup anyway. So we're basically just talking about water and sewer, right?
For the most part, yes. Years and years ago, my understanding is there used to be some out-of-service agreements for solid waste services. We don't currently have any left. The only out-of-service agreement that we have is the one on the end of Balfour Road currently.
Okay. So, and I agree with everyone else. If we're going to move this forward, it would have to come, the recommendation would be staff bring it before council and let us decide on the individual requests.
So I appreciate this dialogue. This is exactly what we're hoping to hear. I want to clear up any misconceptions. Staff is not advocating for this project. We just want something to point to from council that says our policy is we don't allow these services. or will we do under these circumstances? So if you guys are telling us the answer is no, if you want to give us that direction tonight, we will put that in a policy, and the answer will be no going forward. That's really all we're looking for here tonight.
Thank you, Casey. I would just like to add my voice to this too, because very clearly our residents have spoken over and over again. And while this doesn't obviously say right now we're going to expand the urban limit line, it is the slippery slope that Councilmember Mendoza mentioned. And I think one thing is going to lead to another. How do you say yes to this and not to that? It's not what our residents are looking for, so I'm opposed to it as well. Vice Mayor, did you have something?
Yeah, I was only speaking initially about, let's talk about it so we can give clear direction, but I never really went through my own analysis, and I did a lot of research on this one. I just want to say that LAFCO law and Measure L align in purpose, that they both were here to prevent premature urbanization. And, you know, one of the things that could happen is developers could argue, if we went forward with something like this, is the city already serves proprietaries outside of the urban limit line, so herefore it's consistent and let's move it. So I don't want to erode Measure L. I don't want to usurp the votes of the voter. I don't want to go over the heads of the voters. I think bringing this back, I appreciate that you all want direction, and I'd like to clearly give it tonight. And so I'd like to possibly, if we're ready for one, make a motion that I don't even want a future bring it to us on a one and done. Let's just say no to providing utilities outside of the urban limit line and outside of the city bounds. So that's where I would go with this. I don't even need us to bring it, because once we do one, we set a precedence, and that is the fear. And I think that would be the fear of the majority of the voters who voted for Measure L. That would be their fear as well.
If
Do we
that's
have
the
a second?
motion, I'll second.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
I'm alone and I vote yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Councilmember Maloney,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes. Harold, did you have anything you wanted to say?
I just wanted to add, this is on the agenda at my request for this discussion, so we can get a very definitive answer on our direction. So I request, when Casey brought this to me, I said we need to go to the council and get a definite answer on this so we can move forward.
Thank you for that. Okay, moving into item G3. Carrie Breen, Interim Assistant City Manager. Well, that's the first time I've said that, I think, right? We'll present the next item regarding reimbursement for capital expenditures.
Thank you and good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. So this item is a follow-up to the wastewater treatment plant expansion project that was last discussed at the December 9th City Council meeting. So this item tonight seeks City Council approval of a bond reimbursement resolution. This resolution does not commit the city to issuing a future bond. Rather, the purpose is to allow the city the flexibility to reimburse itself for current project costs if the City Council later decides to issue a bond. So to quickly recap what occurred on December 9th, the Public Works Director presented an update on the project, which is necessary to meet regulatory and operational requirements, including compliance with SB 1383. It will also eliminate potential PFAS regulatory issues. So the project is currently underfunded by approximately $29 million, which would require debt financing to close. New development would pay for costs associated with increased capacity and expansion, while existing residents would be responsible for enhanced regulatory requirements passed down by the state. Although nothing in tonight's action commits the city to proceeding with a bond for planning purposes, we estimate that a bond issuance would result in an increase in wastewater rates of approximately 1.5% per year for 5 years. This would start most likely in 2028. So tonight's reimbursement resolution, also, it would not incur any costs for the city, nor does it commit to the bond issuance, as I mentioned. The resolution just maintains future flexibility as it allows the city to reimburse itself for project costs incurred prior to a bond issuance. So the next step in the project timeline is a return to City Council this spring with the bid results for the installation of the dryer. If at that time the City Council wished to continue with the project, staff would recommend taking more concrete steps towards a bond issuance, which we would anticipate bringing to you in early to midsummer. This concludes my presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Carrie. Any questions? Okay. Moving, Vice Mayor, did you?
I did.
Okay.
I wanted, I don't want to bring up questions as if I'm saying people had nefarious intentions. And I understand that the technical purpose of this item doesn't in itself commit the city to issuing a bond, but I'm just troubled that the reimbursement and the debt financing issue was not clearly presented to council at the time when we approved the prior phases. So I'm just wondering why it wasn't previously brought to our attention when we approved the prior phases and funding authorizations for this project. This was never discussed with us.
So the action tonight, again, isn't going to require a bond issuance. To finish the project, we are short the funds. If that was not clear in the prior reports, so I don't believe we had a full discussion over that requirement. I do believe we've talked about it in the staff reports and have discussed it previously as a potential hurdle to finishing the project. But we haven't had to do anything with it. So that's why it hasn't really been front and center, but it has been a requirement to secure the financing because we do not have the cash on hand to complete the project.
Also, during our last presentation regarding this particular subject matter, we did go into great detail to try to one, identify past missteps in this project, and also moving forward, being very clear about what the additional costs would be necessary if we went through, as we went through all the options for the PFAS selection, which the council wanted us to pursue. And so I thought that we went through in great detail to explain how engineering estimates were off in the past, and then we moved forward with getting the council to understand that the option that you selected did require the installation cost of the previous $20 million in equipment that you'd already authorized to be purchased.
I don't think this financing mechanism was identified earlier, though. This particular one ever about the bonds.
Yeah, part of the thing is that there were so many different options that we went through. I think by the time we cleaned it up in the end, we tried to make sure that we clearly laid out that if we were to go the route of the dryer and the paralysis system, that we had already purchased equipment for about $20 million, and we needed the $29 million as for the installation of the equipment. And so what Carrie's report basically is saying today is that in order for us to do that, we just don't have $29 million lying around. We've got to have long-term bond financing for this. And I think Casey might have laid out in the beginning that what the rate structure would be the modifications, if we had to go that route.
If there are no other questions, we'll move into public comment.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I have no speaker cards in person. I do have one hand raised in Zoom. Cinziana, go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I still don't understand. Is this a state requirement? What's going on with this? Can we resell whatever we purchased so far just to save some money for the city? If I remember correctly, previous discussions, everybody is against the bonds, additional taxes, whatever you want to call them, on the residents. Let's just be conservative if we're not required by law to do this, let's find the best solution for it. And I trust Carrie can direct the city in a very professional manner and, find the best solution for the residents. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised.
Okay, moving into discussion.
I just have a quick question. Isn't the bond assumption already in our rates, our enterprise fees?
Not fully, no.
Not fully?
We anticipated a smaller bond issuance relating to a previous project. So a portion of it is
But
in
it's
there. There's a piece, yeah, but not to this scale.
Yeah, thank you. So I think some of it's covered. It's just, there's some of the miss because, and we went through that with case, thank you for that presentation, with all of what happened, what didn't happen, what happened. So, yeah.
I will say definitely, we are making every attempt to not put this burden on residents, but I think one of the things that we talked about, Carrie, was the fact that, and I think this is a good thing to reassure residents of too, that this bond would not be current residents paying for the needs of future residents. Can you talk about that a bit?
Yes, so to the extent that the project is a requirement of state, for state requirements relating to, the new SB, that portion of it, unfortunately, would have to be borne by residents because this is the state coming in saying, you have to take care of this. To the extent that we're looking at expanding the plant for future use, now developers are going to be paying for that portion of it. So no, the current residents are not on the hook for the entire thing. And when I'm doing the estimate saying 1.5% per year rate increase, I am being conservative on that. I don't expect it would be more than that. That would be my upper bound. I am hopeful that it comes in, maybe it's only 1%. Just so you know, I try to do that so that there's not a surprise at the end. So I would hope it may even be less than what I've suggested.
Thank you. And if I recall, there was a comparison of what, even with that increase, where we would be in comparison to other nearby cities. Does anybody have that information available?
I do, yes, and we would still be lower than the other nearest agencies. I just wanted to add to Carrie's earlier comment. This replaces an existing process, so the current residents pay for the existing conversion to drying and pyrolysis. What we do is we allow space for future equipment for growth, and the future growth would pay for that additional equipment that would have to be added later.
And can you please confirm how much of that is state mandated?
100%.
Thank you. Any other comments or a motion?
I'll make a motion. As set forth in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution declaring the official intent of the city to reimburse itself for certain capital expenditures from the proceeds of the indebtedness.
And I'll second that.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
I'm alone and yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Councilmember Maloney,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, and the item moves. Moving into item G4, Vatsal Patel, Engineering Manager, will present the next item regarding the Jeffrey Way Utility Extension Improvement Project.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. I'm here to present the award of the Jeffrey Way Utility Extension Project Phase 1 to R&R Pacific Construction. To start off, the Innovation Center at Brentwood Infrastructure Improvements includes 3 different components, or broken down into 3 different components. The widening of Hydorn Ranch Road and constructing waterline improvements. This was previously completed by as part of a development project in the area. The second is the extension of utilities, which is the potable, non-potable water and sewer from the existing terminus of Empire Avenue, westerly under State Route 4 to the Innovation Center, which is the current phase that is being considered for award tonight. And lastly, the extension of Jeffrey Way from Empire Avenue to Amber Lane, which is planned for the future after the city acquires the necessary right-of-way. To provide a brief timeline, the Priority Area 1 specific plan was approved as part of the adopted fiscal year 2016-17, 2021-22 capital improvement program. In 2017, the Priority Area 1 infrastructure improvements was approved as part of the 2017-18 CIP. In 2018, staff solicited qualifications for engineering design services. And in 2019, the city entered into an agreement with Carlson, Barbie, and Gibson to provide engineering design services and prepare construction documents for the infrastructure improvements. As we proceeded through the years, in 2022, the project was retitled to the Innovation Center at Brentwood Infrastructure Improvements. As a result of the scope change and adjustments over the years, staff continues to actively engage with property owners to obtain the necessary right-of-way to complete the project. However, in 2024, staff did acquire the necessary right-of-way to complete the utility extension from the terminus of Empire Avenue to State Route 4, which was brought to City Council for approval. And so in June 2025, the first phase of the Jeffrey Way Utility Extension project was brought forward, and the construction documents were updated, and the project was bid. Unfortunately, there were no bids received at the time. So in September 2025, the project was rebid after a reduction in scope, which brings us to tonight, where staff is recommending the award of the first phase of the Jeffrey Way Utility Extension improvements to R&R Pacific. There are several benefits in completing this phase of the project. One, it aligns with the city's water and wastewater master plans. It also aligns with the City Council's strategic initiatives. And lastly, it promotes future development of the Innovation Center at Brentwood. As mentioned in my earlier project timeline, this phase of the project was rebid in September 2025. 6 bids were received, ranging from $2.45 million to $3.9 million, which are listed in the table here. And the lowest apparent bidder is R&R Pacific Construction in the amount of $2,451,506. The funding for the Innovation Center at Brentwood Infrastructure Improvements Project comes from 4 different components: development impact fees, federal state agency funding, capital infrastructure, and other. After evaluation of the bids, there is sufficient project budget to award this phase of the project to R&R in the amount of $2.45 million plus a 15% contingency for a total award of $2.8 million. The reason why the bids came in lower than the engineer's estimate listed here are twofold, which are the current construction climate and the further reduction in scope. That has led to a more successful bidding outcome. So we have 2 options available to council tonight. One, do not approve staff's recommendation. I'm sorry, that is incorrect. It is approve staff's recommendation, do not approve staff's recommendation, or reject all bids and provide staff with different direction.
Thank you, Vitzal.
This concludes my presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Do we have questions?
All I'm gonna say is when I read the staff report, it about gave me a heart attack. I was so excited, so thank you.
This is kind of a sort of a question comment, but one of the things we hear most from the residents is the fact that they want us to have better paying jobs here so people can have less commute, better quality of life, more time with their family members. This is a key part of us being able to use the Innovation Center at Brentwood for exactly that. That's the comment part. The question part is, can you help the public to understand why it takes so long? I mean, the Innovation Center at Brentwood has been on the books for a long time, and the zoning's been set, and all of these things have been put in place. This part of it seems to take a really long time. So I wondered if you could explain that.
I can certainly talk about the infrastructure improvements that are required. That's a big component of kind of facilitating that development. This is a large task for a developer to take on, to bring utilities from basically one side of the town across Highway 4 to the Innovation Center. As you can see from the bids, it's definitely gotten favorable for the city to be able to do these improvements now. So I think that that will then facilitate the need to, or remove the need to bring in those infrastructure improvements for developers to pencil out their future projects a little bit better.
Okay, thank you. And then no other questions or moving into public comments?
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I did not receive any written public comments or speaker cards, nor do I have any hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Council discussion.
I just want to seriously say thank you for all of your work on this. And I really appreciate it. I can't wait for the Innovation Center to get going. And I'm disappointed that our residents didn't speak up about this. Like you did one really good thing and came in way under budget. And I wish we had the same energy for this. But I appreciate you, so thank you.
Councilmember.
Thank you very much for this presentation. It's much needed. I cannot wait. So thank you very much. And whenever you guys.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just reiterate what everybody else has said. Thank you so much for the presentation, and it is nice to see something come under budget.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you for the presentation, and after the mayor, I'll make the motion if nobody else wants to.
Thank you. I do want to say it's interesting how this kind of thing slips under the radar. And there are items that are a lot bigger, I guess, and maybe more attention getting, but something like this is incredibly exciting to see in here. And I think such a big movement for such a small agenda item, and it really has so much impact that I don't think people understand. So thank you for your report. Thanks for facilitating this happening. I know, again, it feels like it's a long time coming. So I know we're going to hear about it when things actually are more public, but in the meantime, we are thanking you. Vice Mayor?
As set forth in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving the contract documents and awarding the bid for the Phase 1 of the Jeffrey Way Utility Extension Improvement Project with R&R Pacific Construction.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson?
I'm alone in the room, and yes.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
Councilmember Maloney?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes, and the item passes. I feel like we should applaud.
Let's just do it, girl. Yes.
Do it. Let's do it.
Through the mayor, if I may, just want to recognize Vatsal Patel. He's unfortunately leaving on a high note. He's leaving us for the city of Dublin for a better job and position. So good for him. But I just want to recognize his efforts on this project.
Thank you, Ellen. Congratulations
all around.
We will miss you.
We will miss
Thank
you,
you.
Vassal. It's been a pleasure to have you sit up here on this dais with us.
It
So thank you
has.
so much for all
Thank
your
you.
hard work. And boo for you for going to another doggone city. Okay?
Right.
We're better in Brentwood, Vassal, but that's all right.
He got to check this one off of his list, and so he was done.
Yes.
All right. Item G5, Amanda Giffey, City Clerk, will present this next item on City Council committees and committee assignments.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The long-awaited committee discussion for assignments. This is also not only an opportunity to review the current assignments and determine if you're going to put your hat in to attempt to serve on a new assignment or continue serving where you're at, but also an opportunity to review the current schedule that we have for these committees and any descriptions to the committees, specifically the ad hocs that we have on the agenda tonight. In the past, we have gone through and reviewed the current assignments and then had discussion on the current assignments that we have, and then we can discuss the scheduling, just because if we go for the scheduling before confirming the members that will be sitting on those bodies, it can get a little muddy. So if you're up for going through the committee assignments, I can share a screen that goes through where we're currently sitting, and I'm not sure if there's been much discussion on if the council members want to continue serving on the committees that they're on, if anyone wants to relinquish a committee that they're sitting on. But I can start with either a blank slate, and we can make motions on interest for individual committees, or we can start with the filled plate and remove pieces from
I'd
there.
like to see what's currently,
Perfect.
yeah.
Or I'd like to stay on what I'm on if that's possible.
Me too. I don't want to change anything.
Yeah, me neither.
And I want to thank the city clerk for putting this together. You were attacked tonight, and I don't think you deserve that. So I publicly want to say I appreciate you for putting this report together. And yes, you did not deserve. You are well trained.
I appreciate that. However, the interim assistant city manager just pointed out that we haven't taken public comment yet. Prior to jumping
I thought this was part of the
into-
report still, though.
You know, it's just all one piece, but we are at this point now crossing into actual action. And so I should open public comment through the
Thank you.
mayor.
Thank you.
If you'd like us to take that,
Yes,
that moment
please
now.
do.
Thank
Yes.
you. And thank you, Vice Mayor. So at this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes per person. I will take those in the audience first. I have one speaker card, Oksana.
Good evening, council members. So I actually wanted to talk about specifically about the Debbie Committee. I attended one of the committees. There was 2 meetings out of 6. 4 of them were scheduled. I know in April 15th, the committee members, I think Ms. Maloney and Ms. Davis voted on the land acknowledgement piece of this. And I know, I think Ms. Mayor and Jovita Mendoza, you guys were present at that. I think you guys came in support of this committee at that same time. The only thing I was confused about is that the actual statement of what we voted on wasn't released till December, which is last month. And the land acknowledgement packet, the toolkit, was also released in December. And it has a lot of anti-Christian, anti-Catholic verbiage, and actually anti-Mexican verbiage in it, that I find very concerning. And I just wanted to, because the meetings were canceled so many times, I just didn't know how to kind of come and make a comment about this. And then also, I know that there's a new discrimination harassment policy that came out also in December 16th. And so I just don't know how that's going to be voted in or voted out, but I don't know how to pursue, like, who's kind of behind that verbiage. I'm not looking specifically at Mr. Rabel or the Human Services. I'm sure there's like a team, but because that verbiage was included in part of the toolkit, I wanted to see.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask you to stop the speaker. This is on something that should come back to the committee. And if the comments are about whether or not a committee should be stay or go, then that should be what the comments are about, because that's what is agendized. But specific topics that came up during committee, if we haven't met yet, I would just ask that the speaker waits till we meet to bring up those comments and we can expedite it.
Yeah,
But
I'm
this
sorry.
is
I'm not sure
topic.
if I could continue during my public comment, but
So hold
I'm
on
not
just a
sure
second. Your
how this
timing has been
works.
stopped, so
Okay.
that if you continue to speak, you will still have time left. Vice Mayor, I agree with you. I just double checked with our city clerk. I wasn't sure if this is kind of crossing over into not really being part of the agenda item.
If we're focusing on the committees as a whole and scheduling of the committees, the agenda is for a review of the committee assignments, descriptions, schedules, and appointments. And so if we can keep the comments related to those and not the individual previous items of the committees, and if the city attorney has any additional feedback.
Sorry, so looking at the staff report, it is limited to what the city clerk just read. If we have members of the public who have questions about the actions of a particular committee, they can certainly ask to be added to the agenda mailing list for standing committees and be notified of when standing committee meetings will be held so that they're aware of what's on those agendas.
So basically, let's keep to those items and then keep this further discussion to an actual Debbie committee public comment.
Correct.
Yes, and if someone wanted to approach the city clerk to ask that they be added to a mailing list so they knew when meetings were coming up, then that would be a way for them to be aware of items coming down the pike.
Thank you. So in the minute and 7 seconds you have left, you are welcome to continue speaking on the agenda items specifics that were just outlined.
Okay, sounds good. So like I said, there was supposed to be 6 meetings, and we only had 2. And items were, I guess my request is that if we're gonna be voting on items, I would love to see the full package before they get voted on. Because the statement, the land acknowledgement statement was
That's
actually.
still, I'm sorry, that's straying from the.
I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah.
still learning how to do all of this.
That's okay.
Yeah, I guess just by committee, just for a little bit more transparency in the committee, so the public is aware of what's going to be voted on and what's entailed in that item.
And I think the city attorney mentioned, I think that was a very good point, if we could make sure that Oksana is on the list of distribution for agendas, and if you have a question once you see the agenda, or about the meeting frequency or whatever, you can at that point also check in with staff or with council.
Okay, thank you so much.
I have 2 hands raised in Zoom. The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Amanda. You know, the last speaker brought up a point that I think is on point, and that is that sometimes we have a lot of cancellations, especially on these smaller committees that only have like 2 members. And we just had another recent cancellation over on planning as well. And I do think it's important that we provide a meeting as scheduled, as duly noticed by the Brown Act. I think I have an idea for a way that we can manage to do that, and that is to appoint alternates to committees. So if you have a 2-person committee, appoint a third that could serve as an alternate in case there's an absence, because we do have a lot of absences. Let's face it, a lot of us have jobs. I am speaking as a commissioner right now. A lot of us do have jobs, and well, I don't anymore, but nonetheless, it's a part-time position, and other obligations sometimes get in the way. So if we had an alternate, then the meeting could go forward. So for instance, on LUD, you almost have a built-in alternate. You have the Planning Commission chair is always there and could fill in. If that's okay under the Brown Act, I'm sure the attorney would have to look at it. But nonetheless, that is basically my suggestion, where you have a committee of 2, have an alternate. And I was actually going to just thinking about this the other day because we had a situation come up over on planning, and that was what I came up with. So I saw this on the agenda. I just thought I would make the comment that if you guys have a meeting, have a committee that's only got 2 members, and put a third on in an alternate, and then that person can be contacted if one of the other members can't make it, and you could still have the meeting as long as the person had time to prepare. And as an alternate, just like an alternate juror, you would prepare for the meeting in the event that you might be called. That's my idea. Just have an alternate and then get those meetings going. And as you heard from the public speaker, there is some frustration, and I understand it. You know, like if there's a meeting called and we can't be there for one reason or another, and I'm even have been guilty of this, that the last minute had to cancel. So alternates. That's my idea. I'm sorry, I'm kind of rambling. I'm not going off the script. But anyway, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Next speaker is Marisol. Go ahead.
Sorry, I would just like to say when folks are off topic, to please stop them and not wait for them to go 2 minutes into their racist and discriminatory rant. Thank you so much.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. Moving into discussion.
So, yeah, I'm fine keeping everything I'm keeping now. And I just want to make a statement. As a cradle Catholic, a Catholic school kid, I have no problem with the land acknowledgement. As a Mexican American, with Mexican citizenship, I have no problem with the land acknowledgement. So please don't speak for me. Yeah,
Any other comments?
I would like to keep what I have.
If we're talking about the committees, then yes, I'm more than happy with where I'm at and the committees I'm currently serving on. Thanks.
Vice Mayor?
I like what I have. One day you guys will allow me to be on the Tri-Delta Transit Board, but until then, I will just sit here with my committees that I'm happily in, especially the Debbie Committee. I'm really happy with being on the Debbie Committee. I'm so happy that we did a land acknowledgement. In addition to that, I also would like to add that on the Green Empowerment Zone, I would like to see an alternative. Darren never came to that. And I think a staff member should be, I mean, as our city manager has brought up, I appreciate him for this, that there should be staff members at some of these meetings that we go to accompany us. I never saw Mr. Gill at any, and I've gone to almost all the Green Empowerment Zones this last year. I never saw him at that. And to me, it was so much valuable information at that meeting about grants and implications for our city. Right now, they're seeking out people to be on residents, to be on the board as advisory. And we could tell this to our residents. I've called a bunch of our residents, but I think that this is something that we need to make sure that accompanying us at these are also a staff member in the department for which this has an implication. Or unfortunately, and I know Harold, you have no problem with it, but some of these, I think the assistant city manager or the city manager should accompany us. So that vacancy should be filled. And I don't think it should be by another council member. I think the vacancy should be a staff member. I do want to point out, while to Rod's point, I think an alternate is not a bad idea, but it will never work. It will violate Brown, because some of our conversations, like on the age and disabilities, we carry on from other conversations to lead the next conversation. And I think it can lead to a Brown Act violation. So I'm very cautious of us adding a third alternative. I think it may be problematic. While it seems in practice to be a good idea, I think it would be problematic.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Mayor and Council, if you want to look at the screen, you'll also see that there are staff members assigned to each committee. One of my commitments is to make sure that when the council members go, especially to regional committees, that our staff has one looked at the regional staff report, has prepared a summary for the staff report, and is helping the council move forward with our overall agenda to secure regional funding at those organizations. But most definitely, our focus is really going to be on making sure that we have staff assigned to each one of the regional committees, and that we do attend and are prepared to assist the staff in carrying out our overall goals.
And I would add the Green Empowerment Zone. I highly encourage it to be Casey versus Ricardo. I've sat in these meetings and it seems to me a more public works focus than it is economic development. So that's my little 2 cents.
Okay, absolutely. We'll look at that.
I can talk offline about it. But in addition to that, there should be, I mean, I guess the department liaison is perfect, but if I'm not going, I think the department liaison or another person should be my alternative, but there should always be 2 people in the room, not just one. I just want to make that abundantly clear. The appointed person who can make a vote, because the way the Green Empowerment Zone works is the department liaison will be there as a support, but they will not get voting power. So only my designated voted on alternate will get voting power.
Okay. Other comments?
Is it possible to change the Agriculture Committee meeting to 6 p.m.?
I think we just made it possible by having 2 of us say we want that.
Thank you.
Yes, and I want to first confirm that we have all the assignments set, and then just so that I don't forget and go back and forth, did we want to add the alternate for the Green Empowerment Zone Mr. City Manager, did you want to be added as that alternate, or do we have a nomination for another alternate for that position?
I think that Vice Mayor Pearson did indicate that the alternate should be a voting member. So the alternate should be a council member, but definitely we'll have staff, myself, or
It doesn't have to be a council member, city manager.
It just has to be appointed by
No,
the
it
city
could-
council.
It just has to be appointed by the city council.
Okay.
So last time the alternate was Darren Gill.
So you can make me the alternate. Absolutely, that'd be fine.
And Amanda, I did have a couple of notes and questions too, by the way.
Fabulous. You have the floor.
Thank you. So for the Age and Disabilities Friendly Communities Committee, in the staff report, it mentioned quarterly, but there were only 3 meetings noted, February, May, and August. There wasn't a 4th quarter meeting noted?
At that time, the 4th quarter meeting was requested to not be included, although the quarterly, it was there just wasn't another word for it, I think, at the time. But the holiday season was requested to not be included, so we didn't have a meeting scheduled for November and December, and they didn't want to have to plan to cancel it. So when it was established, it was asked for those 3 meetings without the 4th quarter.
So then do we change the wording to not say quarterly then?
We can change it to say however you'd like it.
And then I believe the current start time was 6, and we had 5:30?
Yeah, it was 6.
I don't know that it was officially changed. I don't recall any of them being for age and.
Yeah, it was 6.
It was 6, yeah, pretty sure it was. Or at least, I don't believe we did it as a one-off. I thought we voted on it. I'm pretty sure we did.
I am happy to adopt it officially as 6.
Okay.
And I apologize if it was incorrectly written
okay.
before, but we are at 6 o'clock now moving forward.
Thank you, perfect. And the ag, yeah.
Ag, I know, was not changed.
Until right now.
And this is perfect. Thank you.
I wanted to mention too, for the mayor's conference, which is monthly, I'm the primary and the vice mayor is the alternate. I know the city pays for 2 tickets for it, so I wanted to mention that the vice mayor and I, if one of us is not able to go, and if we could notify staff, so either another council member can go or a staff member can go, I think that would be a great plan too. And also a request, because last year when I joined a lot of committees for the first time, the scheduling of those committees was very confusing. The location was the same, the time and the day was different. So what I'm hoping, because if the host of these committees, say for example, Transplan, is not necessarily aware in real time of the new person, they don't know who they're sending the meeting invitation to. So if we already know when these meetings take place, if staff could create invitations, like calendar invites, so that we are really just, for the full year ahead, we're completely ready for that. That would be really helpful.
And I know we attempted to start that about mid-year, and so I think we've almost perfected the process, but that is absolutely our intent, to make sure that
Wonderful.
those are on your individual calendars.
Okay, thank you. I think everything else for me, I'm okay with staying on the same committees. So if we're ready, then we can take a motion.
I do have one more
Oh, sorry.
consideration, unless the vice mayor had something else.
I do have a question. For Debbie, that 5 o'clock time doesn't work for me anymore. I get off at 5 in Concord.
That Debbie was going to be my point of topic, just because it's currently scheduled on the first and third, the third Tuesday. I'm just planning. I know it's a planning commission night. So having it scheduled later would conflict with the current planning commission schedule starting at 7 p.m. on that Tuesday. So I'm not sure if there's another day of the week that we could consider, or
Would Thursday work?
let me.
Vice Mayor, would Thursday work with you?
Thursdays will not work for me unless we are out before 7. And I can't get there before, so no, Thursdays will never work.
What day would work for you if it's not on a Monday?
Any day except the Thursday. I have a standing 7 o'clock time on Thursday.
I'm sharing a sample month that just shows what this council chamber availability is. So it looks like we have, you said Thursday is generally not good. The only other day that we have open is the fourth Monday. I'm not sure how Mondays.
I can do that
Doesn't the
one. Yeah,
Wednesday
third,
show? It says Tri-Delta at CCTA.
I could do a fourth Monday.
I can do the fourth. I prefer the fourth Monday versus the Wednesday. Wednesdays I have a Contra Costa County Bar Association meeting, and then every Thursday I have praise and worship with my church. I'm not gonna miss that for nothing.
If Monday is good for both current members.
Are you able to do Monday at 5 p.m., Vice Mayor?
No, I get off at 5. I can never do 5 o'clock.
Okay, I start work at 6 p.m., so that's why I asked for Thursday, and Thursday's not available. I guess I'll take vacation.
No, we can move to the Wednesdays. I'll just, let me make sure can we do like the third or fourth Wednesday? Oh, not in chambers on the third.
The mayor had brought up a point. We do, sorry, this month shows council commitments as well, not just the usage of the city council chamber. The CCTA and the Tri-Delta are not in the council chamber, so that Wednesday, fourth Wednesday would also technically be available. Thank you.
Councilmember Maloney, can you do any Wednesdays?
I could do Wednesdays.
Okay.
And Wednesday are we looking 6 o'clock or what time? Or well,
For me, it's always going to be a conflict. 6 p.m. is when I start my job, so if the vice mayor can't make it, I'll just take an hour vacation.
Vice Mayor.
I don't we do that.
If I could just jump in real quickly, I think one thing to think about is the difficulty of having you both in person, because technically we shouldn't have someone participating via Zoom if you only have 2 people. So just making sure if you're taking vacation, are you actually able to be here, or are you contemplating being on the road? Because that's something you'd want to think about.
Taking vacation means I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or a motion?
I'm just trying to make sure. I think the question was, which Wednesday do I want? So I just wanted to, sorry, I'm just trying to make sure that I don't have a commitment on.
And currently the only Wednesday? Yeah, the only Wednesday that's available would be the fourth Wednesday. So the dates that are open, or any Friday.
Or the third Wednesday, why would okay, so the fourth Wednesday is fine, that's fine.
Fourth Wednesday, or again, I could throw.
If she's gonna take, Councilmember Maloney, if you're gonna take the Monday, can we just do it on the Monday then? If you're gonna take the 1 hour vacation?
That's fine. Monday's fine.
Thank you.
Monday at
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Yeah.
Fourth Monday, 6 p.m.
Are you ready for a motion?
I was waiting for Amanda to
Sorry,
say that
yes,
she was
let me
done.
plug in the update for Debbie so that when your motion, you can reference
on the screen.
The screen, and then you'll be set. While I'm typing that, if you want to take a moment just to review, because we do have the opportunity to also review any of the descriptions, just if there were any suggestions.
Do we need to update our description?
For the municipal code review or for?
Budget.
So I updated it to be current for this
Okay.
year. If you had any other pieces you wanted
No,
to add to
this
it
is
that you're
good.
concerned with, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Amanda, while you are typing, we're going to take a very short break.
Wonderful.
How long is a short break, Madam Mayor, so I know when to come back?
4 minutes? Is that good?
I think.
Okay. Amanda, I think we're ready to get restarted if the Vice Mayor is available. Wonderful, thank you. I believe, were we ready to go except for the motion?
Yep, I'm gonna put it on the screen and let you take one more look.
And I think Councilmember Maloney had one more thing too.
So we had a discussion during the break, and I think if I could get off of the Finance Committee and see if Councilmember Maloney might be interested in picking up that spot. And it has nothing to do with, I love every minute spent with everybody on that committee, and I have learned so much from being there that when Councilmember Maloney and I were talking about it, I have seriously learned so much just sitting in that committee that it would be a great spot for her to sit in also, and she's said she would be interested.
Carrie, are you okay with that?
Yes, we'd love to have you join us on the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza, you got a bucket for your tears? I know you're gonna.
I was gonna say, there's
Tony,
some,
I've had a really good time on that committee with you.
there's some hearts
We've had a
breaking right
great
here on the
time, and I
dais.
think we've learned a lot.
Yeah.
And not only about the committee, but about everything
other.
that goes on and each
Yeah.
other. It has been a great experience. It's just, I think we need to share that experience with the rest of our council
I think you
members.
probably see me geek out, me and Carrie and Christine and the team more
I
than
understand
anybody
it a
else.
lot better now.
So basically, you got off your finance, but you wouldn't give up your Tri-Delta.
What?
Your mic stopped working here, huh?
What?
Okay, did you make that
Rashidi
update?
saw me in the public and he was like, "What's happened?" I said, "They're stingy. They won't share."
I tried to give it up last year and nobody would take it, to be honest.
Well, hey, there's no time like the present, my sister. I'm teasing you.
So are we ready to go or not?
I think we're ready for a motion.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt the committee assignments and appointments shown on the screen.
I'll second.
Second.
We'll take Vice Mayor Pearson second on that one. Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you. Somebody giving me something. Thank you, Amanda.
Yeah. Yes. Did you say Mendoza?
I sure did.
Okay, yeah.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson.
Yes, I'm in the room with the fur baby, but otherwise alone, and I'm a yes.
Councilmember Orleman.
Yes.
Councilmember Maloney.
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes, and that motion passes. Thank you very much. Moving into informational. Can we start with you, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I have no updates.
Okay, Councilmember Orlemans.
Give me a second. I got to find my notes.
Councilmember Maloney.
I'll give a brief update. Since we last met, I was really sick. Thankfully, I'm better. I attended our ad hoc committee for the social nuisance ordinance with various members of our city and Councilmember Mendoza. I met with Streets of Brentwood business owners. I also attended the Bellevue Assisted Living ribbon cutting hosted by the Chamber of Commerce. And I also attended the interagency school district meeting that we had last week. Oh, and I also attended the reorganization luncheon that was put on by the county today.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Just real quick, the Tri-Delta Transit meeting. The East Contra Costa County Habitat Conservancy Board meeting and the swearing in of 2 new Brentwood CSOs and a new dispatcher with the Brentwood Police Department. There's a lot of other things, but we're tired and we'll just move on.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Okay, since the last time I met, I had a Cal City's Latino Caucus Board meeting, wreaths laying at the cemetery. Thank you for the vets for doing that every year. Attended El Mercadito, which was a Liberty High event. They had different vendors there. Attended the Hijas del Campo toy giveaway and resource fair. Attended the District Attorney Office opening in Pittsburgh, the Contra Costa County Wine Association event, the Fields of Time art installation, a public nuisance meeting with Councilmember Maloney and our staff. Stopped by, Lil called and she asked me to come by, so I went by the Brentwood Community Chest, and they do an amazing job. They're a well-oiled machine there. I'm trying to think, anything else? And then, Lions Club crab feed. And there's a lot of nonprofits in town that make a lot of their money from crab feed. So if you have time, it's an easy way to help a nonprofit and you get a great dinner. And then today I attended a Cal Cities roundtable on housing policy ideas and concepts. And my one thing to everyone is please keep track of your bills and email your assembly person. Our local assembly person has one going right now that will be prohibiting us from collecting fees on certain developments. The fees is what gets you your stop signs and your speed bumps. So we need to make sure that we don't lose any funds. Thank you.
Okay, since we last met, attended a mayor's conference, and I wanted to mention, I'll make it brief. There was a presentation from Mount Diablo Recovery that was talking about kind of a recycling program where people that had goods in good condition that didn't want to go into the landfill, that they could sort of be picked up by the recovery system and then donated to someone who needed them. So I think it's a really good idea. I think there's a lot more to it than that simple, but I'll talk to staff about it. Tri-Delta Transit Board of Directors meeting, a trans plan, East Contra Costa Fee and Financing Authority and State Route 4 meetings, Shabbat of the Delta menorah lighting ceremony, Contra Costa wine growers, did the Brentwood Regional Community Chest food sorting. I met with the staff of U.S. Senator Alex Padilla to go over Brentwood needs and priorities, of course, talked about jobs and some local control, infrastructure, transportation, that sort of thing. The Fields of Time, art installation, elected and empowered women's lunch. Had an accessible transportation planning meeting with Pittsburgh City Council member Juan Benales as the new CCTA appointment from Transplan. Presentation to the SERS members, interview with the press. Had a planning meeting for the Community Day of Service, which will be coming up a little bit later this year. And I think the rest I'm just going to leave off. Harold, did you have anything you wanted to update us with?
Madam Mayor, can I go ahead and I actually
Absolutely.
but I realized something after you all talked. So I do have an update. I went to the school interagency meeting, the Bellevue ribbon cutting, which was literally by my house, and the was really busy in the month of December as in my work with the assembly member, we gave away so many toys to over 100 kids and families, including food, and did a toy stuffing drive.
Thank you. Harold?
I have no report at this time, Mayor.
Okay. Moving into future agenda items. Does anyone have one?
I do. I'd like to bring an item for discussion in the future, myself and Vice Mayor Pearson, regarding tourism strategies related to upcoming major sporting events in the Bay Area and how Brentwood can participate in that. I will also be bringing it to our Ag Committee as since we have the Contra Costa Wine Growers Association and harvest time and just creating different experiences for the amount of people that are going to be coming to the Bay Area. So we have Super Bowl, which we're a little bit late on that, but we have FIFA coming from June to July for a whole month. And there's going to be hundreds and millions probably of people coming and visiting the Bay Area. And there are several cities around that surround the Bay Area that have created experiences for tourism. So just different strategies. That's it.
And I would like to talk with you offline. Well, I can't. There was a Delta 6 item too that was kind of interesting. Okay, I have a future agenda item. This is something that used to be on the website, and it was for the sake of kind of talking about transparency in government. I think it's a great thing to bring it back. I'm not sure why it left, but what it was is a dedicated page where you could get meeting summaries. It was post meetings. It had all the information about how the agenda items went. It had the votes. It was something I believe, like a spreadsheet kind of format. Katie, you had some recollection of this, and I'd like to bring it back. I'm hoping you can give a better description than what I just did.
No, I think that's very accurate. I think you're talking about the summary of actions that used to be prepared, and it indicated each council member's vote. And really, it didn't say much more in terms of narrative than just what the actual action was. For example, adopt resolution approving X, Y, and Z. But in those instances where council had further direction to provide to staff, it sort of listed that out in bullet points that had been included in the motion.
Thank you. So it's kind of more like an extension of the actual agenda so that people could see the agenda and then see what the results of the agenda were in those discussions. Any questions on that? Yeah, I think it was a grid.
Super easy. Item, all the council members, and yes or no.
If you go back
Unless
on the
there's further
agenda, they're
description.
on there, so you could see them.
Well, that's the thing. And I know, for example, like the minutes at the very beginning of the agenda are interesting, but if you're not going through the agenda every month, or if you don't know which month is going to be reflected, or which meeting is going to be reflected in the agenda for the minutes, you won't know to read it.
Without going into details, because I know we're going into like a discussion on a topic, do we really need this to come back? Can it just happen?
That would be great.
Yes, it can. We can do that. And I just want to add that it's my understanding that that format was used because you might have been really sort of far behind on the actual detailed minutes. And those were used sometimes as a quick summary for the council. But certainly, Katie provided me a copy of that, and Amanda has a copy. And so we'll look at trying to reproduce that. Also, another format on that is, I mean, I could easily, if I were to take this meeting, put it through AI, ask it that question, it would give me the exact same thing. Quick summary and who voted on what, but there are many options we have available.
I'm fine with something changing, and that doesn't have to be the exact same thing. I just think it's a really helpful follow-up if somebody's paying attention and reading agendas.
Okay, not to make a discussion, but back in the day, it was just the title of the item in one line and then the 5 boxes, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, whatever.
And just to note for you and the public, that always had a line at the top of it that said this is not the official register of the actions, that is the minutes, and so the minutes would continue to be produced. So I wouldn't want the public to think that this will be our official transcript of your actions that
I wish
night.
there was a way to actually link the minutes in one of the columns on that, if that's,
I think it depends on how quickly you want this document to be available to the public,
Yeah.
because sometimes the minutes take longer to prepare.
Makes sense.
One quick question. Are we talking about every item on the agenda, which the consent also?
That's what used to be there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, all that's left is a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
I'll second.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes, sorry.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
And the room alone, yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Councilmember Maloney,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good night, Vice Mayor.